Events begin to take place with an epic battle. There are many explosions on the battlefield, and a certain young man stands in the middle of everything that is happening. 300 years ago, the main character could not have expected that the woman he let down would become his enemy. Now this enemy during the battle truly possessed impressive strength and power, since the hero could not defeat her. Starting to cry, the young man apologized to his ex-girlfriend and understood that this battle had to end. In order to finally achieve victory, a space-time mirror was used, which had impressive dimensions and power. The hero was truly happy that he had the space-time mirror, and the breakthrough this time should be successful. Not far from the guy using magic, a magical blade began to respond, trying to hit its target. Unfortunately, the magic sword was still able to achieve its goal and hit the main character. Satisfied, the opponents continued to watch their enemy, thinking that this way they could win. Turning around, the young man immediately realized that the enemies were very close and attacked him from behind. The enemy decided to speak to the hero, saying that the spacetime in the mirror now belongs to her. The scoundrels tried with all their might to stop the actions of magical abilities, and began to use their own. The wounded warrior shouted that he trusted his comrades as he trusted himself, and could not even think that they would come for him. Realizing the hopelessness of this situation, the hero still realized that since this happened, they needed to die everywhere. The determined warrior wanted to use self-destruction, and his opponents immediately noticed this. During the application of the self-destruction technique, an explosion of incredible proportions occurred, and it seemed that everyone died from it. The crushing blow was to be the last, both for the majestic warrior and for his enemies. Gradually, the fog from the explosion began to dissipate, and screams were heard, as if someone had survived. The enemies were actually able to survive after the hero herself was destroyed. They really didn't expect him to use this technique. At least the insolent people were glad that their enemy was dead, but the space-time mirror was destroyed. At the moment of death, the guy turned to Ziqing and said that he was not afraid of betrayal and death. After all, the mysterious young man sincerely hoped that in his next life, he would finally be able to fix everything. Suddenly, events continue to happen in a nightclub called Heaven and Earth. Hearing loud screams and screams, people suddenly began to run away from the club, because they were afraid that something terrible had happened. In one of the rooms there was a mysterious guy who was incredibly drunk and did not want to run away. Not understanding anything, the young man only wondered what happened here and how he ended up here in the first place. Soon the police arrived at the scene and said that the guy had the right to remain silent, and anything he said could be used against him in court. After which the paparazzi arrived and began to photograph the lawbreaker, and they did not understand at all how such an influential girl in the city chose him as her groom. Feeling hostility towards the police, the boy at that moment thought that within a few minutes he would be able to run away from them, but it was completely unclear what to do next. Meanwhile, an incredible beauty entered the building, and the paparazzi immediately realized that the show was about to begin. As it turned out, it was the lover of the lawbreaker. Her name was Ziqing, and her boyfriend was Zhuo Bufan. The sweet girl looked into the eyes of her lover, as if she wanted to tell him something. For all the viewers of this show, it was simply wonderful, and they wanted to understand what would happen next. At that moment, the drunk guy was preparing for the worst, and thought that he was about to be hit on the cheek. In fact, everything did not happen as everyone expected, and Ziqing was very glad that she finally met Bufang, because he had not been home for a very long time. This turn of events surprised absolutely everyone, because no one expected the girl to be so loyal to a drunkard. The friendly lady smiled sweetly at her boyfriend and wanted to take him home with her. Even the hero began to get nervous at that moment, because he thought that perhaps he had heard something wrong. None of the reporters present understood why Ziqing flew into a rage, or how their relationship remained so good. Frustrated spectators began to run away from the scene, as their expectations were not met. One of the men who watched everything happen was the general director of the Ziqing company, and he could not believe that the girl came to this club so quickly in order to save her lover. In order to recall the police, the lady first apologized for their trouble, and then said that her family would definitely reward them. Even Fan himself was surprised that his beloved treated him so well. It was truly something incredible for him. Ziqing easily resolved this problematic situation and asked her boyfriend to go home with her. And the young man in love happily agreed to go with his wife, because he was very glad that now he did not have any problems with the law. Leaving the club, Fan discovered an expensive sports car that was parked nearby. But the wife herself was not there. The young man was upset, because he thought that they would go home right away. Suddenly, someone began to approach closer to the main character. This person was clearly unfamiliar to him. Looking around, Fan tried to figure out who wanted to approach him, and why he was doing this. It turned out that this was the same evil director of the company, and he decided to find out from the guy whether he really thought that his wife loved him. The persistent scoundrel advised Fan to break up with Ziqin, because this time he was lucky and was not sent to prison, but next time this will still happen. Feeling dislike for his interlocutor, the young man decided to ask him if he participated in this process when he was detained. For the director, this question seemed funny, and he said that he had indeed also been at the scene of the events. Unable to withstand such impudence on the part of the man, the young man hit him right in the stomach with all his strength, saying that no one dares to do this to him. From the impressive force of the blow, the director literally responded several tens of meters to the side, and experienced unbearable pain. Looking at his opponent, the scoundrel could not understand how he dared to hit him. After all, he was just a simple guy who managed to marry a rich girl. Fan nevertheless decided that it was necessary to take full revenge on the villain who wanted to put him in prison, and decided to hit him a few more times so that someone would tell the truth. Thus, the insolent man was destroyed, and he had no choice but to tell everything and then surrender. Thanks to this short fight, the young man was able to come to his senses and calm down, because he had finally taken revenge on his enemy. The smart young man also thanked his opponent for the free car, which was parked not far from the club. Starting to cry, the director, with all his might, asked the guy to be as careful as possible, because it was his car, and it was very expensive. Some time later, events continued to occur nearby near Ziqin's house. As soon as the boy entered the room, he immediately saw his beautiful wife, and was very surprised. The girl really was incredibly beautiful, and was glad that her husband had returned, after which she called him into the room. The young man was immediately surprised by this behavior and thought that Ziqin had finally fallen in love with him, which is why he was incredibly glad that the girl finally recognized him and was ready to be with him for the rest of her life. In fact, Ziqin had a rather unusual request. She asked to look at a chandelier that was not turning on. Hearing such a request, the young man was immediately upset. He was welcome only because he could fix the chandelier. Suddenly, Ziqin's legs began to tremble, and she gradually began to fall as she could not maintain her balance. The caring groom immediately realized that it was necessary to act, and began to catch his beloved as she fell. Immediately the lady became frightened, because she did not expect that she could fall so sharply. Fortunately, Fan successfully caught his wife, and she did not hurt herself, because she did not fall from the chair to the floor. A little embarrassed, the young man decided to put his wife down, because he understood that she would feel awkward if he held her in his arms for a long time. Blushing, Fan asked the girl to be careful, because he didn't want her to fall. Beginning to be even more embarrassed by this situation, Ziqin asked her lover to go first to another room, because there was something on the table for him. It turned out that it was an envelope that had been prepared especially for Fan, and he needed to take it with him. Without hesitation, the young man took the envelope, because he understood that there might be an important message there. Looking at her lover, the girl only thought that if he could fight, then everything would have happened completely differently. Leaning back on a chair in his room, the boy read the note that was in the envelope and was pleasantly surprised. The envelope also contained a card containing 10,000 yuan, which was intended for Fan so that he could survive for the first time. Realizing that he was being treated well, Fan immediately realized that the beauty was indeed treating him well. Getting up from his chair, the young man instantly realized that he urgently needed to cultivate his fairy so that she would become stronger. All in the lotus position, the main character began to act, because he needed to become stronger and strengthen the magical skills of his fairy. Fire literally began to burn around the young man as his magical abilities reached their limit during cultivation. Thanks to the fact that he was reborn, now the guy will be able to quickly raise a more perfect fairy, and this made him very happy. His magical abilities were truly impressive, because thanks to them he could become stronger much faster, and nothing could stop this brave. After several hours of cultivation, the third level of Qi training was achieved, and soon the hero was able to break through to the third level of Renaissance. The next day, events continued to occur not far from Fan's house, where some kind of car was driving. It turned out that it was the driver Zichin who arrived, who decided to invite her inside the car in order to take her somewhere. Fan watched everything that was happening, and did not understand where his beloved wife was going after all. Feeling very interested in what was happening, the young man began to help and decided to jump out of the window in order to get closer to the car as quickly as possible. The lady, meanwhile, had already gotten into the car and was about to set off in an unknown direction. Suspecting nothing, Zichin asked her driver to drive, and did not even notice the groom who was standing nearby. The young man in love also decided to get into the car and asked his wife where she was going and why she didn't tell him. Because she was so frightened, Zichin was perplexed and started screaming at her fiancé for almost scaring her to death. Sighing heavily, the girl still said that her uncle called her to discuss something. Thus, they went together to their uncle in order to negotiate. Some time later, the car finally arrived at the building where the uncle was located. Having opened the door, the embarrassed guy and his girlfriend were at a loss because they did not expect what happened next. There were a large number of people sitting in the meeting room, and they were discussing the marriage of their relatives, and the fact that Xuanhua asked Lu to be a janitor, and this really confused the Yi family, because it was bad that their handsome cousin was married to such trash. The friendly guy pushed back the chair so that his wife could sit down. The men watched all this, and considered Fan literally useless. Feeling dissatisfied, the girl exclaimed to her uncle that there was no need to mock her husband. Her father returned it, saying that her company would not last long, and offered to sell it to the Yang family. Such a request immediately caused Zichin's bewilderment, because she could not believe that her own father had made such a proposal. Kaiha truly believed that it would be better this way and that his daughter should sell the company and enjoy life with Fang. Again the girl objected and shouted that this company was her mother's, and he would not dare manage it. Now they don't even have to pay dividends because the company is in decline. Hearing the refusal, the man was at a loss and did not understand why his daughter refused, since this offer was really good in his opinion. As it turns out, Zichin was angry with her father because she was first forced to marry Zhua, and now she is being forced to sell the company. Hitting the table, the uncle began to scream loudly, because he considered Zichin a promiscuous girl, because she is a member of the Yi family, and sacrificing herself for the sake of the family is a natural thing. Looking at everything that was happening, the young man realized that his wife was in danger and she needed help. Trying to escape from her uncle's blow, Lady began to try to defend herself and felt great fear. Fortunately, a husband was nearby who was ready to help and decided to stand up for his beloved. The main character grabbed his uncle's hand and said that raising a hand against family members is not good. Everyone immediately began to get angry at the guy and ordered him to get out, because they considered him a nonentity and thought that he would not be able to stop them. Such statements towards the main character did not embarrass him at all, but on the contrary, amused him. With all his might, he squeezed the man's hand, which is why he began to scream incredibly loudly. Begging for mercy, the uncle literally cried and asked to let go of his hand, because he was in great pain. Many relatives were very angry, and ordered Bufang to let go of his uncle's hand, because if he did not let go of it, then they would not stand on ceremony with him. At that same second, someone kicked under the doors with all their might and burst into the room. It was Kashino. The assistant did not want to let him into the room because it was occupied, but the man did not listen. The scoundrel was incredibly angry because he needed a separate office, and he wanted to find out who dared to occupy it. The uncle's hand was finally released, and the boy noticed that he seemed to know this guy named Kashino. Kaiha decided to object to the dissatisfaction of the impudent man, and said that this room had been booked by their family, and they would need to find another place to hold their negotiations there. The disgruntled criminal hit the man with all his might because he did not like his statement and the impudence with which he said it. This behavior was literally unacceptable to the Yi family, and they didn't even know how to react to it, since people had never been beaten in their presence. Starting to laugh, Hoshino decided to find out where Ye's family was from in Jingzhou, and why he had never heard of her before. Having recovered from the blow, Kaiha began to insist that they were related to Zhuo Qingzhou's family, and if Hoshino did not want to die, then he immediately needed to apologize. The impudent man didn't care at all about this, and he decided to throw the table over in order to show his attitude towards the Yi family. The bandit was from the Tian family, and he does not want to offend the Zhuo family, but their Yi family is nothing in his opinion. After all the relatives heard the conversation, they realized that the main scoundrel in the city was talking to them. The entire western part of the city is in his hands, and they cannot insult him. That is why Kaiha decided to get some wine and invited the impudent man to drink a glass with him in order to resolve this conflict. Watching everything that was happening, Ziqin was perplexed, because she understood that her father wanted to please all the people with whom it was profitable to cooperate. Unexpectedly, the scoundrel saw a beauty standing nearby and literally fell in love at first sight. Pushing the man away, Hoshino began to approach Ziqin because he really wanted to get to know her. Approaching the girl, he asked her to join him and drink a glass of wine with him in order to forget today's misunderstanding. Feeling very displeased, the girl screamed that she would not go anywhere with him and would immediately call the police. In Hoshino's opinion, even if this girl doesn't want to spend time with him, she should still drink this wine with him today. The husband did not like this behavior on the part of the man, and he began to act. Feeling intense anger towards the scoundrel, the young man shouted that his wife told him to fuck off and he didn't dare behave like that. This immediately began to anger the bandit even more, and he thought that this guy was simply tired of living, and how dare he even interfere in his affairs. The relatives watching everything that was happening realized that Fan simply had no chance in a duel with Kashino, since he was much stronger and more influential. Looking at his relatives, the hero realized that this Yi family was just a bunch of trash and they were not worthy of protecting them. Ordering all his relatives to shut up, the young man decided to show his true magical abilities in order to protect his wife from the bully. Pointing his finger at each of those present, Fan said that they were all a bunch of halims, and they were nonentities who could only offend the weak. But Hoshino and his company are also nonentities, and no matter who his father is, if he pesters Ziqin again, he will die a painful death. The bald man shouted to his brothers that he wanted to finish off this scoundrel who had just insulted them. Such an opponent was not at all scary for the protagonist, and he began to act to protect his honor and dignity. In just a few blows, the young man neutralized the bald man's two brothers, which is why he was simply discouraged. Coming closer to the main scoundrel, the boy was about to hit him right in the face to teach him a lesson for his bad behavior. The punch to the face actually proved to be an effective method, causing Hoshino to be literally destroyed and probably not be able to fight anymore. Experiencing severe pain, the scoundrel continued to scream in fear and hatred towards Fan. Now Ziqin's relatives couldn't believe that Zhuo Bufang was so cool. After all, they had previously considered him trash. Looking at his wife, the young man decided to ask her what she also thought about this fight, and whether he was considered a good man. With the last of his strength, Hoshino exclaimed that the Tian family would not spare Zhuo Bufang, and would definitely take revenge on him. The young man didn't care at all about these words, since he turned out to be the winner in this fight, and he realized that he would also win the next battle with ease. Coming closer to his beloved, Fan said that it was time for them to go home. After all, they had already done everything they wanted. Some time later, events continued to occur in a separate office where negotiations were taking place. A certain guy with glasses told Yang Zong that he persuaded the Ziqin family members to convince the girl that she was very stupid and could not own the company. Hearing this, the man was incredibly happy, because he understood that in this way he could buy out the company. And in his opinion, since Ziqin does not value Ziqin's kind attitude towards her, then let him not accuse him of cruelty, because when they succeed, the advisor will receive as much as 10% of the shares. In this regard, the two insolent people came up with a plan, and they wanted to wait until this scoundrel was left without protection, and then they would take measures to play the game according to their rules. The evil scoundrels wanted to get the company owned by Ziqin, and they did everything possible to achieve this. The next day, events continued to occur in the main character's house. The young man was a little confused, because he had already spent all the money that my wife gave him in order to prepare the necessary things, and he did not know where he could get more money. Because of this, the guy was really very confused, and began to bang his head on the table, since he didn't really know how to earn money. After thinking a little, he did not understand how someone like him, from a dynasty of Celestials, turned into Alfonso, sitting on his wife's neck. All the money had been spent, and he remembered his previous amulets, but it would be really difficult for him to get such a large amount of money. Magic amulets helped to cultivate their abilities, but they had to be painted by hand, which is why the main character took out a brush and ink. In order for the amulet to be effective, 3 runes were applied to it, One of them was responsible for protection, the other for divine light, and the third for raging flames. After some manipulation with the brush, the amulet was finally ready and could be put into practice. Previously, with the help of his celestial power, he could easily create this simple amulet. If the amulet really turns out to be effective, then the wife will praise him and say what a great guy he is, and that her family members really like him. At first, the young man wanted to experiment a little and see what the result of working with the amulet would be. That is why Fan took action and began using the first amulet that he managed to create. This magical yellow amulet was responsible for creating protection, and thanks to it was possible to protect any person. But unfortunately, during use there was absolutely no reaction, which is why the young man was confused. He immediately began to think about why he was unable to use this magical amulet, and there was probably a problem in the execution. Undeterred, Fan realized that after one attempt he would not give up and would continue to try. In order to awaken the magical amulet of protection, the main character began to stand in different poses and use different magical skills to unlock the potential of the amulet of protection. But after so many attempts, still nothing happened, as if the amulet turned out to be inoperative. He started shouting at a piece of yellow paper. The guy thought that this would really help, and ordered the amulet to start working, because he is a celestial being, and he must be respected. At that same second, the magical amulet began to tear into small pieces, despite the fact that the hero was literally begging it to work. This immediately shocked Fan, and he thought that the divine forces were mocking and laughing at him. Having grabbed the brush in his hands, the guy was furious and did not believe that he could not create a worthy amulet. As he began to put in all his efforts, the young man really wanted to create a work of art so that it would finally work. A lot of effort was spent to create this amulet, and after a lot of attempts, Fan began to think that now the aura of the earth was distorting his abilities, and the problem was probably not in his technique for making amulets. Meanwhile, the wife arrived and said that she was invited to a banquet today, which is why Fan will need to dine alone today. Feeling awkward, the young man turned to the girl and asked her to give him some money again. Such a request really surprised the wife, because she remembered that she had already given money a few days ago. Coming closer to his beloved, the hero said that this was really true, but he spent all the money to make this amulet. Sighing heavily, Zichin took out a bank card from her bag and said that the company has been in a difficult financial situation lately, and we need to try to be more economical. The girl also decided to take the amulet of protection with her, because she thought that it would probably help her in the future. Looking at her lover, Sue only thought that perhaps he had matured, but he turned out to be the same as he was before. Without losing hope, the hero only thought that Zichin would soon see everything herself, and he only needed a little time to reveal his true potential. Some time later, Zichin arrived at the place where the banquet was located, and thought that Yang Zongcheng was pressing on her more and more, and it was completely unclear what to do. Suddenly, a car began to approach, and she seemed to be trying to hit the girl without stopping in front of her. It was indeed so. Some scoundrels began to press the gas pedal to the floor and shouted that Zichin must die. With every second the car was getting closer, and it almost hit an innocent lady who was just passing across the road. Unexpectedly, the magic amulet fell out of the girl's bag, and now was the time when it would be really useful. Luckily, the amulet did work and protection was provided for the lady as a magic ball was created around her to protect her. Zichin couldn't believe this, because this amulet of protection was created by Fang, and before he had never been able to create an amulet that would work. Unable to withstand such stressful events, the girl began to lose consciousness, and her eyes gradually closed. Some time later, events continued to occur in the hospital, where Zichin was taken. Having woken up, the lady began to look around and realized that she was in the hospital. Not far from her sat her lover, who had fallen asleep because he had been waiting for Zichin for a long time to awaken. Looking at her husband, the alarmed girl did not understand where he came from here, and why he waited so long. Remembering the events that happened earlier, Zichin realized that this magical light had somehow miraculously saved her yesterday. These were truly wonderful events for her, and the wife was grateful to her husband for what he did for her. As it turned out, at that moment Fan was not sleeping, and was only thinking about being hugged by his wife for saving her. At that very moment, Zichin noticed that her husband was pretending to be asleep and shouted that he was a fool, after which she hit the guy with all her might with a pillow, because no one dares to deceive her. Experiencing severe pain after the blow, the young man did not understand when Ziqin even managed to wake up, because he did not expect that he would be hit on the head so sharply. Having calmed down a little, the wife said that she had just woken up and decided to ask when Fan came to this office. In fact, this happened as soon as he learned that Ziqin had an accident, and immediately made chicken broth and came to the hospital. But the girl was not at all interested in chicken soup now, since after lunch the company would have an important meeting, and she was obliged to go there. The main character realized that it was necessary to stop his beloved, and blocked her path with his body. Grabbing the girl, the young man immediately put her on the bed, because he understood that she needed to be in the hospital. The caring husband exclaimed that he would go to the company, and his wife needed a good rest. As soon as her husband left, Ziqin began to think about whether he could really become someone she could rely on. Some time later, events continued to happen in the meeting room, and powerful people did not understand why Director Yi had not come yet. A lot of people were waiting for the influential girl, and then one of those present said that the director had an accident last night, the company is now in a difficult situation, and she was still missing. One of the men was very angry because Yang Zong had failed and it looked like he would have to make an effort to destroy Ziqin. At that same second, someone burst into the meeting room and sharply opened the door with an incredible roar. He was the main character and he was really determined because his wife was in the hospital and he needed to replace her. Having gathered his thoughts, Fan said that the director was busy today and at this meeting he would replace her. This statement shocked absolutely everyone present, because they could not even imagine that someone could replace the director. Many people began to be indignant, because they thought that this looked like some kind of joke, and some Alphonse could not replace their director. The man involved in the attack on the girl objected, because Fan knew absolutely nothing about the company's affairs, and there was no reason to replace the director at the meeting. But the main character also decided to object, since it was a good reason for him to replace the director, because he is her husband. This indeed served as good evidence, and now the man was worried because he was under close surveillance, and he even had the feeling that he could not move his arm or leg. Another scoundrel decided to break into the meeting room. As it turned out, it was Kashino, and he did not care at all that the security stopped him. The bastard immediately shouted, asking if Shuo Bufang was in this room, because he came to him. Rising from his chair, the young man instantly decided to ask why they were looking for him at such an inopportune moment. In fact, it was not Hashino, but his older brother, and he was really unhappy that his younger brother was beaten. The older brother decided to take revenge, which is why he began to attack and rushed into battle with incredible speed. The brave guy easily repelled this ridiculous attack and hit the scoundrel with all his strength with his fist. Such a blow really turned out to be incredibly painful, which is why the criminal began to scream in pain and anger. Having called the security, the hero ordered them to throw this man out of the office, because he was interfering with the negotiations. The negotiators were truly surprised that Fang was able to beat this stranger with just one blow, as if he were some kind of fearless person. Addressing all the participants, the young man decided to ask if they had any other objections to him replacing Ziqin at the meeting. There were no objections, and all the people happily agreed to have Fan replace the director in these negotiations. Thus, the boy was really happy that everyone had made the right decision, and decided to start today's meeting. 2 days later, events continued to take place in the park, where the fans diligently train their physical strength and endurance in order to become stronger. A guy was practicing punches on a huge tree, which was shaking from the efforts he made while punching. Looking at the mark of the blow, the young man immediately realized that the difference was indeed very great with the force that he had previously wielded. And it seems that in order to speed up his improvement process, he will need an elixir anyway to become much stronger. But in this case, in order to return the original strength, a healing elixir was needed, which would serve as an excellent chance to gain new abilities. The main character's thoughts were only that his wife would not approve of him spending a large amount of money on some kind of elixirs. Realizing this, Ziqin Company was really struggling right now, and he wanted to come up with some other way to get the ingredients for the elixir. Meanwhile, someone began to come up behind, and did it incredibly quietly, without making a single sound. Fortunately, the hero heard this and realized that he was probably being pursued, which is why he was wary. As it turned out, these were the wounded and beaten people he had previously fought with, and they were clearly unhappy. Turning to these scoundrels, the hero decided to ask what they wanted and why they came here. Looking at the scoundrels with an arrogant look, Fan decided to find out if they came because they didn't get enough last time. From these statements, the bandits immediately began to shout that in fact they came in peace and did not want to fight anymore. Last time they really made a mistake, and decided to apologize. This time Tian wants to meet him, and the guys hoped that the gentleman would agree to honor him. After thinking about this proposal, the young man did not understand at all why Chu Tian wanted to see him, although it was quite an interesting proposal. Smiling, the boy exclaimed that he would go and see what this legendary head of the family was like. A few hours later, events continued to occur in a separate office, where a meeting took place between the head of the family and the main character. The young man was really surprised that an elderly man appeared before him, because he had imagined him completely differently, as a bandit who was bald and loved to smoke cigars. This assumption made the man laugh, and he decided to ask the boy who came if he was the same Bufang who beat up his guys. Sitting down on the sofa, the guest immediately admitted that it was really him and wanted to understand why he was called here. He also asked the man not to be so unhappy, because stopping last time was not so easy. The guy's impudence really offended the guard, and he couldn't stand this behavior. The strong bodyguard rushed into battle, because he thought that no one dared to talk to his master like that. Fortunately, for the main character it was a fairly easy test, and he repelled the huge man's attack with only one finger. It was no effort for the young man to repel such an attack, since he was much stronger than any warrior he would fight. This was truly unexpected, and Chu Tian was shocked, because in the city you can meet no more than 3 people who can withstand the blow of his bodyguard, and he stopped it with one finger. A man named Jean who returned from the Special Forces squad, and suddenly gave in to some nonentity. Laughing, the boy exclaimed that no one could compare with him in strength, and he was ready to fight with any warrior he faced. Concerned, Chu Tian tried to be polite and decided to say that he just heard that his 2 brothers were beaten, and he just gave in to his feelings. Still, the young man was very interested in why Chu Tian invited him here in the end. Coming closer, the elderly man said that skill is not everything, and he needs patronage, then he will have everything: money, power, women. But this did not interest the main character at all. He stood up and began to leave, saying that there was only one person he was worried about, the rest did not interest him. No one stopped the guest, and Chu Tian began to drink tea, because he understood that it was simply useless. The guard objected and said that this boy was abusing the master's trust, and perhaps he should take revenge on him. But the man believed that this was not necessary. The fact that a young man was brave was good. It would be better for them to get him into trouble first. Returning to his home, the young man did not stop thinking about the fact that it might be worth collaborating with Chu Tian. After all, he really does not feel comfortable doing some things himself. Looking around while walking, the hero noticed that Zichin was now in some restaurant along with a group of unknown people. The drunk guy tried to persuade the director to drink another glass of alcohol so that they would have more fun. Feeling awkward, the girl decided to refuse, because she really couldn't drink anymore because she didn't feel well. The colleague objected because their companies had been cooperating for so many years, and if the director did not drink, it would be disrespectful to him. In fact, this scoundrel had a cunning plan. He wanted to get the girl drunk, and if he decided to make a joke, he would certainly do it. Looking at the glass of wine, Zichin only thought that this man's order was very important for the company, and if she refused, it might be a mistake. At that very second, someone entered the room where the event was taking place and immediately decided to act. First, the young man took the glass of alcohol, because he understood that his wife could no longer drink. Fan objected, because the director couldn't drink more alcohol since she had just been discharged from the hospital. Looking at her husband, the girl remembered that only special clients were allowed into this place, and it was completely unclear how he was able to enter here. The scoundrel was at a loss and did not understand where his interlocutor had come from, and why on earth he was going to drink wine instead of the director. Those present at this event began to discuss that this guy is a nonentity who was abandoned by the Zhua family, and this puppy still dares to make noise here. Realizing that Zichin's husband was not so good, the scoundrel invited the director to become her new husband, because such a nonentity is unworthy of such a chic lady. According to the scoundrel, he and Director Yi will be a wonderful couple and will be able to do great things. Such a proposal was offensive to the lady, and she threw a glass of alcohol right in the face of her interlocutor. This act was truly amazing, and even the hero was shocked because he did not expect Ziqin to support him. From such a surprise, the man was incredibly angry, and began to claim that Ziqin had clearly gone crazy. Insulting the girl, the man shouted that she was white and fluffy on the outside, but inside was rubbish that was unworthy of love. The guests also began to mock the girl, saying that there was no need to pretend to be noble, and if she was a loser, then there was no hiding it. These statements really offended Ziqin, and she didn't understand that this whole crowd of people was even talking, because they didn't know anything about her. At the same time, the young man was incredibly angry because all these people dared to insult his wife. The guy immediately decided to take revenge on one of the scoundrels and pressed him to the wall, starting to choke him. A caring husband ordered the director of another company to urgently apologize to his wife, because if he does not do this, he will be punished. "I'm trying to resist," the director shouted that Fan is just a stink, and he doesn't dare beat him, because he can't just get away with this act. The girls nearby began to shout that a person was being killed here, and it was urgently necessary to send help, because the director could get hurt. The men began to approach, and considered Fan a scoundrel. They only had the desire to save the director from him. The main character immediately began to resist, because he understood that he would be powerless against the crowd, and began to beat everyone alone. Looking intently into the director's eyes, the young man repeated for the last time, "After all, if he does not apologize, he will be dead." Feeling great pain and fear, the director first begged to be released, but then still said that he was asking for Ziqin's forgiveness. Thanks to this action, the caring husband let the scoundrel go, which is why he was safe. Because of everything that was happening, the man began to cry, and repented, apologized to director Ziqin for talking such nonsense. Looking at her husband, the lady realized that this shy guy she knew was a completely different person. Some time later, the couple began to drive away from the area where the fight took place, and Fan couldn't stop thinking that he deserved a reward for protecting his lover. In Ziqin's opinion, there was no need to be too happy about what she said, because firstly, she married a guy under family pressure, and secondly, too many different men were killed for her, and there were many other reasons. Sighing heavily, the young man only exclaimed that he understood everything, but he still wanted to know when he could win the heart of his wife again. During the trip, the car accidentally ran over a rock, and because of this it began to shake. Not far from the glove compartment there was a girl's bag containing some documents, and they began to fall out. The young man immediately grabbed these documents that were falling on the floor and decided to read them. As it turned out, it was a divorce petition prepared by Ziqin. Seeing that her husband looked at these documents, she immediately stopped the car to talk. Feeling awkward, the girl tried to find an excuse for herself, but could not say anything. At that moment, Fan stopped her and asked her not to say anything, because all these years he really had been a burden to her. Still, Ziqin said that after the divorce they should not date, but for now it is better not to live together. Starting to cry, the boy agreed, because he understood that in his past life he was a real nonentity, and could not understand how Ziqin could respect him. But in this life, he was sure to make the girl happy, and signed the divorce papers. It was at that moment that the main character firmly decided that he would achieve his goal and win the heart of his beloved. The documents were signed, and the girl thanked her ex-husband for doing this. At that same second, Lady's phone rang, and she immediately decided to answer the call. The person who called said that they had discovered contraband among their company's goods, and now the goods were confiscated for inspection. Thus, the director realized that their key technologies had been made public. Other companies were already researching and developing similar products. Even the bank now refused the company a loan, although it had previously approved it, but now again refused to issue money. This news was indeed quite shocking, which is why Ziqin did not understand why all this was happening, and began to apologize to her mother, because the company really could not withstand such a shock anymore. The ex-husband decided to ask his beloved what happened and what problems the company had. Starting to cry, the girl admitted that every department of the company had problems, funding had stopped and it was impossible to restore it. Having embraced Ziqin, Fan began to calm her down, saying that there was no need to cry over this. The caring guy agreed to help his ex-wife because he felt guilty about what happened. Looking at the boy, the girl realized that he didn't even know who had done all these dirty tricks, but even if they did find out, it was completely unclear why he decided to help. In a previous life, the Ziqin company was bought by Yang Zongcheng. This time the company is in trouble, and he was definitely involved in it. Calling Chu Tian on the phone, the young man asked him to find one person to talk to him. Some time later, events continued to occur in a separate office of the club, where negotiations were to take place. Yang Zong praised his assistant, because he did everything perfectly, and now the Ziqin company was left without funding. In less than a few days he would buy it out, and the former owner of the company would be his wife. But the worried man was worried about something, and he began to think that perhaps Zhou Bufang could cause them trouble since he is very strong. According to the boss, this guy was just an ordinary person, and just one bullet would be enough to kill him. That is why Yang Zong wanted to drink heavily today in order to relax and celebrate his victory. Today the scoundrel wanted to have a great time, and all the girls around him thought he was incredibly cool. Suddenly, the main character opened the door and arrived at the club to find out why the impudent man did this. This event really shocked everyone present in this room, because they did not expect that someone would break into them. Taking a closer look at the man, Fan asked him if he really was Yang Zong. The assistant immediately realized that it was Ziqin's husband and immediately asked what he had forgotten here. Approaching closer to the enemy, he wanted to find out whether Andre was somehow involved in Yang Zong in the troubles that happened to the Ziqin company. The bastard admitted that this was indeed so, but also reproached the guy that he should not consider himself the heir of the Zhuo family, because he is now a stray dog, and if he is killed, no one will even notice it. The dissatisfied man also told Fan that if he now fell to his knees and licked their shoes, then perhaps they would show mercy to him and spare him. Feeling incredible anger towards his interlocutors, the hero ordered them to forget about their connections, power, and rich family. After all, now he is going to kill his enemy, and no one can stop him. Poking his finger at his interlocutor, Yang Zong ordered his bodyguards to finish off the intruder. One of the servants began to take out a blade in order to commit a crime against the young man. Several bodyguards began to approach Fan to stab him. But the enemies did not at all expect that the guy would be so strong that he could easily defeat them with just his foot. From such crushing blows the bandits were literally defeated. They could not even move from the pain. The girls around started screaming that a person was being killed and they needed help. It was obvious that Yang Zong was nervous as his bodyguards were brutally beaten in just 1 second. Now it was the turn of the scoundrels who dared to influence the success of the Ziqin company. Moving back, the assistant was going to ask the guy what he was up to, because he was experiencing incredible fear. The brave warrior shouted that before, the assistant was just a poor student, and Ziqin helped him become the manager of the company, and this is how he thanked her. For the guy's ingratitude, he deserves punishment, which is why Fan made a blow using his magical abilities. Yang Zong will be next, because now he must receive punishment for his inglorious deeds. Trying to escape, the scoundrel began to claim that his father was Mr. Yang Ba, and if the enemy touched him, he would definitely kill him. The hero didn't care at all about this, and he struck back, because even if his father was the emperor, it still wouldn't help him. Kneeling down, the enemy began to cry and shouted that he was mistaken, and would give literally everything Fan wanted. Hitting the scoundrel right on the knee, the young man exclaimed that he needed absolutely nothing from such a vile monster. From the crushing blow, the influential director of the company literally began to roll on the floor, because his leg was very painful and he could not stand still. With the last of his strength, Yang Zong began to beg Fan not to kill him, because he was going to do anything. The warrior said that he would not kill his enemy if he no longer laid claim to the Ziqin company. And if Yang Zong does not agree to such conditions, then he will be killed with his bare hands. After a short battle, the young man called his ex-wife and said that the problem had been solved. Some time later, events continued to occur at night in a country house. Chu Tian at that moment, he learned that Fan had crippled Yang Zong. It was known that the hero would not sit idly by, and the enemy of their enemy was their friend, and when the time came, they would act together. The bodyguard immediately realized that Chu Tian wanted Fang to be their debtor and needed to force him to follow them of his own free will. The elderly man also heard that Yang Lao Ba had gone to another city to invite a talented person to cooperate, and they had to wait until he returned and found out that his son was crippled, because it was unknown what he would do then. Everyone wanted to see how this master would behave once he was in the hands of the Tian family. Leaving the place where the events took place, the hero only thought that, unfortunately, his strength was not yet enough and he would not be able to resist the bullet. Otherwise, he would simply kill Yang Zongcheng and forget about him like a bad dream. Suddenly, on the way, you could see that some grandfather felt bad, and he was lying on the floor, and a crowd of people gathered around him, and everyone was saying that they needed to call an ambulance. Thus, the young man realized that it was necessary to act and help in this situation. One of the girls nearby came closer to the elderly man in order to provide him with first aid. Looking at this lady, the boy realized that it was Long Gu, a very popular girl at the city university, and many guys were in love with her. A few minutes later, a doctor arrived and began to examine the elderly man. After a short examination, he discovered that it looked like the grandfather would soon die. This diagnosis clearly did not suit the girl, and she was unhappy that the doctor was not going to do anything and help in this situation. The worried man said that her grandfather's illness was very strange, he needed help, and he was afraid that they could not do anything. Meanwhile, the main character came closer to the scene of events and said that there is nothing difficult in treating this disease, and he can help. Looking at this boy, Long Gu immediately thought that he looked familiar, and they had probably met before. The doctor was at a loss as he had a cunning plan to intermarry with the Long Gu family and win her heart. The dissatisfied bastard began to ask the guy which hospital he was from, but Fan only replied that he was not a doctor, but he could cure the man's illness. That is why the doctor was unhappy, because an operation was needed, and the stranger was playing for time, and he will be responsible for what happens to the grandfather. Long Gu also claimed that her grandfather's illness is very serious, and if the guy is not a doctor, then he shouldn't joke like that. Turning around, the hero realized that in any case he did not need other people's problems, and it didn't matter what happened next. Suddenly, the elderly man began to cough and blood poured out of his mouth. He began to feel much worse. Crying from misfortune, the granddaughter did not understand what was happening to her grandfather, and the concerned doctor only watched his patient. Turning to her brother, Long Gu asked him to start the car, because it was necessary to take grandfather to the hospital for surgery. There was no time to hesitate. The heroes never stopped thinking that there was nothing more important than the life of this man, and he urgently needed help. Using his magical abilities, the brave guy took action and began to heal the elderly man. Everyone immediately assumed that Fong was going to kill the old man, and began to stop him, even going to call the police. The brother could not stand by and decided to attack the stranger who wanted to harm their grandfather. But what happened next simply shocked the strong guy, because he did not expect that the stranger would be capable of something like that. The muscular guy fell to the floor and thought that he was doing 500 kilograms leg presses in the gym, and this skinny guy grabbed him and stopped him. After a short operation, Fan began to leave. Everyone tried to stop him, but he didn't care because he saved a man. And this was really so, because the brother heard that grandfather had woken up after all, and he was already feeling better. Long Gu was indeed very happy that her grandfather was finally okay and looked healthier. Even the doctor realized that this guy really told the truth, although it seemed that saving the elderly man in such a difficult situation was simply impossible. Now Mr. Long Tian was fine, and his relatives came to him to make sure of this. Some time later, the man still wanted to find out what kind of master helped him, because thanks to him he stopped suffocating. The relatives immediately began to feel awkward, because they realized that they had simply driven the master away, because they considered him a rogue. Feeling awkward, Long Gu nevertheless admitted to her grandfather that the master he was talking about seemed to have left. The elderly man exclaimed that he must definitely find this master, and he must thank him for saving his life. The doctor, meanwhile, decided to contact the man and said that he should go to the hospital for an operation to check if everything is okay. Such a request did not please the grandfather at all, and he began to shout at the charlatan, because he wanted to fool him. Some time later, the main character was not far from the pharmacy, and thought that the ingredients for the elixir were still not enough, and something needed to be done to get them. Suddenly, his new comrade Jean who called him on his mobile phone. The man said that Yang Lao Ba returned at 8 p.m., Chu Tian invited him to a banquet to talk about what Fong had done, and Chu Tian was going to do everything possible to keep the young man safe. But this turn of events did not suit the boy at all, because he understood that these two scoundrels could be in cahoots. He was also interested in this meeting, which would take place at 8 p.m., and he suggested that he might also be a guest at it. At 8 p.m. the event continued to take place in a separate room of the elite club. The hero sat calmly on a chair and thought about why Yang Laoba has not arrived yet, because perhaps he is wasting his time by being here. After a long wait, the elderly man finally arrived, and several guards were present with him. The people present were very happy that Mr. Ba had come and began to greet him. It was noticeable that Yang Laoba was upset about what was happening, because he understood that his son had been beaten by some scoundrel. Turning to Chu Tian, the guest greeted him and exclaimed that things were clearly going well for him. It was true, Chu Tian actually felt quite good since his business was successful. But this conversation did not last long, since the caring father arrived here in order to find out who beat his son after all. The unshakable main character exclaimed that the son of Yang Laoba, and for this he taught him a little lesson, but he will not accept gratitude. A crowd of people immediately began to discuss this guy, because previously he was the heir of the Zhuo family, but now the family has abandoned him, and now he is married to Ziqin. Hearing this, the man was at a loss, because he did not understand how this boy dared to beat his son. At first glance, the benevolent Chu Tian turned to the guest and said that he had nothing to be angry about, and perhaps out of respect he would forget about this misunderstanding. The insolent father did not listen to this, and shouted that today Zhuo Bufang would end, and he would no longer be able to harm anyone. The guard did not like this tone of conversation, and he immediately began to stand up for Chu Tian, because he had just been rude. None of the people present could understand how Fang could resist such an influential person as Yang Laoba. Due to the difficult situation, Yang Laoba decided to ask the master to show his skills in order to intimidate his enemies. The guard could not stand such impudence on the part of those present, and ordered not to fool him, because he was going to kill everyone here because of this. The brave warrior continued to attack the elderly man and wanted to defeat him, because he realized that he was dangerous. But as it turned out, the sage had a certain talisman that protected him and helped him fight. According to the elderly man, the security guard has taken on too many responsibilities, and now he may get hurt. That is why the sage used his magical abilities to defeat the impudent man. Looking at everything that was happening, the main character realized that it was a wave of magical power. Due to such a strong blow, the guard began to feel ill and it seemed that he would no longer be able to continue fighting. The people around realized that this was real magic, and the master was indeed a very dangerous opponent. Yang Laoba said that a master known throughout Hunan is a feng shui master. He can be called a Superman, so Chu Tian will be defeated today. According to the young man, all this was child's play, and one cannot brag about it, since it means absolutely nothing. This tone of conversation immediately angered the master, because he realized that these were the words of an arrogant boy, because he decided that he could look down on such a great man. That is why the elderly man today wanted to teach the arrogant young man a lesson so that he would not be so arrogant. Immediately, the great master used his magical abilities on the hero, expecting him to defeat him easily. Laughing, the boy exclaimed that the master had clearly not yet met a real opponent who could resist. The warrior began to use his magical abilities, and raised his fist and used all his strength. Fang began to resist the elderly master's feng shui magic, and because of this, he used his defense technique. At first, this technique turned out to be a master of simple defense, but in fact it was powerful magic. Soon the master felt weak, he was overcome by pain, and he could no longer resist because he was losing. Due to such a strong influence of magical forces, the talisman on the master's hand literally burst from resistance. Starting to cough and scream in pain, the elderly man did not understand how this happened, because he was the strongest in the city. These events were indeed shocking to the great master's allies, since no one could expect that the young man would be able to defeat such a wise man. The crowd also began to cheer as everyone realized that Fan was a very strong opponent and he used the thunder to defeat his enemy. Smiling, the hero decided to ask Yang Laoba if he had any other complaints about teaching his son a lesson. The frightened man realized that this elderly master was his ally, and when it came to the fight, he disgraced himself. Not understanding what to do in this situation, Yang Laoba just stood there and was silent. It seemed that he would soon cry. From the incredibly stressful situation, the man even fell to the floor, because it was difficult for him to make a decision and say anything at all. The hero came closer and repeated his question again, because he wanted to hear an answer from his opponent. The people present saw how Yang Lao Ba hit himself in the face and fell because of this. Because of this, everyone understood that this was probably magic with which Fan wanted to humiliate the enemy. The arrogant man ordered his ally to shoot his opponent, and he himself would be responsible for this, because it was a crime. For the ally with the scar, this was not a problem, because he had a weapon and was ready to use it. The impudent man used a pistol, and did not understand how Fan would pretend to be cool now, because he would not be able to be so self-confident at gunpoint. Still, the opponent decided to pull the trigger and shoot at the enemy, because there was simply no other way out of this situation. The protagonist's allies were afraid that he might get hurt, and therefore asked him to be careful. As it turned out, this would not actually be a problem for the young man, since he understood that it was just a tiny bullet. Fortunately, he was prepared and used his protective amulet to deflect the bullet. In order to most effectively defeat his enemy, Fan literally caught the bullet with his palm, thanks to which he repelled the attack. This act really surprised absolutely everyone, because no one could have imagined that an ordinary person was capable of something like that. The audience of this show was literally amazed, as one of the opponents caught a bullet with his bare hands, and the spectacle was as if they were watching a science fiction film. Starting to cry, Yang Lao Ba asked his enemy whether he was a human or a demon. The boy even thought about this question and decided not to answer right away, in order to scare his opponent even more. Fan still decided to admit that he was a demon who came for the life of Yang Lao Ba. The enemy roared even more and began to beg for mercy, saying that he would give absolutely all his money if only he would be spared. Even Chu Tian himself realized that he seemed to have problems in his head, since he was going to subjugate Fan to himself. Thus, the hero ordered Chu Tian to take over the powers of Yang Lao Ba, and he happily agreed. For the elderly man, this was not a problem, since he already had experience in managing a company, and wanted to prepare everything for this now. An experienced man asked his security guard to handle the transfer of the enterprise to Director Jan. Indeed, no one could have expected that Yang Lao Ba's power in the city, which lasted a decade, would suddenly end, and the one who decided to challenge him is a fearless person. Approaching the elderly master, the young man decided to ask where he got his amulet, because his magical abilities were far from professional level. As it turned out, the villain bought this amulet from grave robbers, who found it in one of the coffins. At first the young man thought that he had found his like-minded person, but unfortunately this was not the case, and he ordered this scoundrel to be thrown out of here. It was quite easy for the security to do this, since the elderly man did not possess magic. The scoundrel was literally thrown out of the room because he lied to absolutely everyone. The impudent man flew several tens of meters into the air as a strong guard threw him straight into the sky. A little alarmed, Chu Tian decided to ask the hero what his card number was. After all, when they receive Yang Lao Ba's funds, they will immediately be transferred to the young man's account. The good-natured boy exclaimed that the man could keep all this for himself, and he just needed help in a few matters. Firstly, it was necessary to resolve all the difficulties in Zichin Company, and secondly, to help collect some medicinal herbs from last year's harvest. The boy also gave a list of ingredients so that these herbs could be found and used for personal gain. After reviewing the list of herbs, Chu Tian immediately agreed to carry out this order as soon as possible. Turning around, the hero had already begun to leave, and told his comrade that he would wait for news from him. Some time later, events continued to occur in Zichin Company. All this time the girl was crying, and thought that the company would no longer be able to function, and it seemed that all she could do was sell it. Suddenly, a secretary entered the office and addressed the director, saying that their products had been returned, and that the bank had approved the loan. This news was simply amazing, and the director couldn't even believe it was true. Fortunately, this was true, and outside the door there was a crowd of representatives from different companies who wanted to cooperate with them. It was simply impossible to stop them. Many representatives from different companies understood that Zichin Company was facing difficulties, and they wanted to help sort things out, and were also willing to sell raw materials at cost just to help. Because of everything that was happening, the girl was completely unable to understand what had happened and why the situation of their company had changed dramatically. The company representative asked the distinguished guests to go to the meeting room, because soon they would have to gather everyone present in order to negotiate. It was at that moment that Zichin realized that her ex-husband probably helped bring the company back. The secretary nevertheless decided to find out from the director why all these company representatives were ready to waste money, and it is completely unclear thanks to who all this is happening. According to the lady, all this does not matter, and rather it is necessary to gather the entire management of the company, because the company needs to be saved. The secretary happily agreed to carry out this instruction and began to carry out the necessary tasks. Meanwhile, Chu Tian was already able to collect all the necessary ingredients. They managed to do it last night. The huge box contained a large number of different ingredients that were necessary to prepare the elixir. Because this order was completed, the young man was indeed very happy and thanked his friend. The boy also decided to make a protection amulet last night, and asked Chu Tian to carry it with him in order to always be safe. The elderly man gladly accepted this gift, because he understood that he deserved it. The ally was indeed very grateful, and they wanted to do their best to gather the rest of the necessary ingredients. Looking at the ingredients, the hero immediately realized that they were just enough to make a small portion of the elixir. Some time later, events continued to occur in the forest on the back slope of the mountain. Trying to create an elixir, the boy realized that, unfortunately, he did not have a ritual tripod, and he would have to use trigrams. Soon after, he decided to use the 8 trigrams ring of fire. This magic spell was indeed very effective, as it created a column of fire. This fire turned out to be sacred, and it was necessary in order to create that very elixir. And to complete the job, it was necessary to add medicinal herbs, because this was a mandatory ingredient. Several medicinal plants were thrown directly into the fire, and the transformation process began. The reaction of the sacred fire to the magical plants caused an explosion of incredible proportions, and it seemed that whoever was nearby could not survive after this. In fact, the young man turned out to be alive, and the smoke after the explosion gradually began to dissipate. The magic elixir was ready, and the hero was really very happy about it. Taking one magic pill, he decided to put it into practice to see exactly what the result was. The result really didn't take long to arrive, because after taking this magic pill, magical fire began to appear around the main character's body. This was indeed unexpected, since there were as many as 5 magic pills. By eating the remaining potion, he would be able to reach the highest point of strength. All this time, Fan also watched his wife, and noticed that she stayed late at work, although the company's difficulties should have been resolved. Entering his house, the boy decided to be glad that Ziqin had finally returned. The imperturbable girl did not show that she was grateful, and only said that she had just arrived. The amorous young man was watching his ex-wife all this time, and noticed that her figure was indeed very beautiful. Noticing that the lady was hungry, he immediately offered to feed her, as he was very kind. The kind girl also refused and said that there was no need to feed her, because she would just have a little snack. Suddenly, the girl felt that her head was spinning, and her vision began to darken. Unable to withstand extreme fatigue, Ziqin began to lose consciousness, because the day turned out to be very difficult. In order to save his ex-wife, the hero used his magical techniques and began to use the power with which he was going to heal his beloved. After a short examination, the smart guy immediately realized that Ziqin was probably being pursued by the essence of the afterlife. This entity seeks to gain immortality, however, the cold has been consuming it for more than 25 years, only by acquiring another person can the entity survive. Because of this essence, Ziqin began to experience a sharp cold throughout her body, as if her temperature had dropped. Observing this dark entity, the young man again used supernatural power. Fortunately, he was just from another world, so his abilities would be able to stop the penetration of the dark entity. All this time, Ziqin was in incredible pain as her body fought with the ghost. After being exposed to the magical abilities of the main character, the beloved still woke up, and everything was fine with her. Her ex-husband explained to her that she was just tired and needed to rest. The exhausted lady happily agreed, and Fan began to help her get up. At that very second, someone started calling the young man's mobile phone, and he immediately decided to check who it could be. It turned out that it was Yiswan. He was one of the young man's few friends, but it is completely unclear why he called now. A former comrade told him on the phone that classes were starting at their university tomorrow evening, and invited Fan to meet, which is why he happily agreed. Some time later, events continued to take place in a luxurious estate, where Yiswan arranged a meeting. Looking around, the young man could not understand where his friend was, because so many years had passed, and he did not know what Yeswan looked like now. Fortunately, the friend himself decided to approach Fan and said that he was looking forward to him here. Smiling, Fan immediately came closer and decided to ask the boy how he was doing. Bowing his head, the young man said that his father was sick, and his relatives were only thinking about how to take over his property. This whole thing was indeed quite an exhausting process, which made Yeswan very tired. After thinking a little, the hero remembered that in a past life, Yeswan really had a misfortune in his family, and now he is suffering and depressed. In this life he must definitely change the fate of his friend. The caring boy immediately encouraged his friend and asked him not to worry, because he was going to help. Meanwhile, several more people entered the club. It was a guy along with some girl. Two friends decided to drink some alcohol and ordered it at the bar. Suddenly, the girl shouted out, asking what Fan was doing here, and he immediately recognized this stranger. Her name was Chen Qingai. The new guy Chen Qingai found out that Fan was the girl's first love, but he looked like some kind of squalor. Yeswan did not like this whole conversation at all, and he objected, saying that Fang is a good guy and he is not a squalor. The dissatisfied man suddenly realized that he had probably already met one of these guys somewhere. As he began to laugh, he still remembered that he had seen Yeswan with Long Gyue, but he could never be with this girl. Standing up from behind the bar, Yeswan began to act and ordered the impudent man to shut up, because if he didn't do this, he would get a fist in the face. Unfortunately, the blow missed, and the boy missed the vile scoundrel's face. The stranger was probably much stronger, since he easily dodged such a strong blow. The stranger was easily able to teach the attacking guy a lesson, and kicked him with all his might. This attack was truly impressive, as it sent Yeswan flying several tens of meters to the side. Experiencing severe pain after such an impressive blow, the comrade was still able to stand on his feet. First, Yeswan wiped the blood from his face and said that he was fine. After all, this blow was trivial. This scoundrel's name was Zipping, and Chen Qingai was in love with him, and said that Yeswan should not be touched anymore, because he had already received his punishment. That is why the arrogant Zipping exclaimed that for the sake of Chen Qingai, he would pity the two nonentities today. Laughing, the main character shouted that it was better for the insolent person to feel sorry for himself, and not for the two of them. In order to attack most effectively, the boy began to pick up speed and prepared to attack. Gathering all his strength into a fist, Fan began to act, because he wanted to take revenge for the fact that his friend was insulted. The physical abilities of the protagonist were impressive, and no one would be able to stand on their feet from such a blow. Thus, Zipping remembered for the rest of his life that you should not be rude to anyone if you don't know how hard he fights. After an impressive blow, the young man asked Daredevil if he would fight with them again. The dissatisfied girl began to shout that the fans are crazy, and the Zipping family is rich and influential, which is why no one dares to challenge him. Looking again at his enemy, the young man exclaimed that there was no point in talking such nonsense, because of this, the conflict would not end with just one knocked-out tooth. Due to such a serious wound, Zipping was simply forced to capitulate, and they began to leave. Coming closer, Yeswan thanked his comrade, but also said that Zipping would never accept anything, and he would return home and find out whether his father could influence the situation. The young man stopped his comrade and said that there is no need to do this. After all, he is on friendly terms with Chu Tian, so there is no need to worry. Some time later, events continued to occur at Qinling University. As it turned out, the ex-wife decided to take her lover to the university, and asked him to study diligently, and she would go to the company, because there was still a lot to do. The boy was really grateful that his ex-wife treated him so well, and it was not for nothing that he helped her in such a difficult situation. A few years later, Fan really couldn't expect to experience this student life again. First, the hero went to the dormitory building in order to find the very room where he would live. The room was located in the 4th men's dormitory. Its number was 309. The living conditions in this room were not the best, since its occupants were slobs. The two roommates really were like homeless people who decided to turn the room into a dumpster. Looking at this whole situation, the young man realized that student life was actually to his liking. The dorm mates noticed that Fang had just entered the room, and he would probably help them take out the trash, and at the same time buy a bottle of water, and then help them clean the room. Having heard all these requests, the hero realized that his comrades thought that he was still the same Fan who would endure insults. The brave boy exclaimed that his friends needed to decide their own affairs, and as for cleaning the room, it was really a shared responsibility. Such statements made the two guys stand up, because they did not expect such a daring answer, and could not believe that they were being forced to clean up the mess themselves, because during the 2 months of summer vacation, Fan could not become so cool as to talk like that with people who are older than him. At the same second, someone else entered the dorm room, and probably was not very happy, because he opened the door with his foot. As it turned out, it was a few guys who were very unhappy, and immediately wanted to know who was Zhuo Bufang in this room. One of the roommates was dissatisfied and did not understand what kind of hooligans came to them, and why they pushed the door in the first place, but his friend calmed him down, saying that it was better not to mess with these guys. Soon after, the guys immediately apologized because they were afraid of these hooligans, and they also gave Fan away, saying that he was their roommate. The hooligan did not like the behavior of one of the guys, and he hit him in the face with all his might and ordered him to step aside. Still, the main character admitted that he was Zhuo Bufan, and decided to find out what the unexpected guests needed from him. It turned out that the impudent man came here because his brother was offended, Zipping's leg was broken, and they came to take revenge. Having grabbed several types of weapons, the insolent men rushed into battle, expecting that victory would be easy for them. In this regard, the young man realized that they would not be able to come to an agreement, and a fight could not be avoided. That is why the brave warrior rushed into battle, because he was forced to use physical force. The first bully was easily destroyed, only one blow was enough for him to lose consciousness. The second villain was also easy to defeat, since he turned out to be quite weak and did not know how to block attacks. The third loser actually suffered a crushing defeat, and he even liked what was done to him a little. All three bandits were destroyed and were unconscious as they were overpowered by the strongest of the warriors, Fang. The situation had to be resolved in this way, because all participants in the attack were crushed. The main bandit watched everything that was happening, and could not believe that Fan destroyed all the rags in just a few seconds. Starting to cry, the seemingly serious rival began to ask Wuqiu whether Fang had really always been like this, because it seemed to him that this guy was constantly offended, and he had never been so strong. Frightened by this turn of events, the scoundrel began to slowly leave, hoping that he would not be beaten. But the brave warrior did not tolerate such behavior, and noticed that the enemy was leaving. That is why another criminal was beaten and received his punishment for such a sudden appearance in the main character's room. After several blows, the boy decided that it was necessary to punish the scoundrel even more strongly and beat him, so that this would be a lesson for everyone. A few seconds later the fight was over. The young man was glad that finally he would not have to hit someone. With a sock in his mouth, the bandits admitted that he had made a mistake by coming here and threatening such a strong enemy. As soon as the battle was over, the scoundrels began to leave the room. After all, they were severely beaten. One of the guys even began to threaten Fan, saying that they would come back and take revenge. Well, the roommates began to apologize to the young man, saying that Brother Bufang now deserved their respect. This behavior on the part of his comrade surprised Fan, because he did not expect his neighbors to behave this way. Now his comrades considered the hero cool. After all, they could never do as well as he did. Their respect for Fan was endless and unchanging. Thus, the boy realized that no matter where he used force, the result was always the same. And because the power was shown, the roommates themselves decided to clean the entire room without even bothering Fan. At that very second, someone else said that they were looking for Bufang, and he urgently needed to come to this person. From such a statement the young man was a little wary, but still was ready for any outcome of events. It turned out that some beauty was standing near the university dormitory, and she arrived in an expensive sports car. The students immediately realized that it was Long Gu, and she was probably waiting for someone. Many guys were in love with this girl because her figure was gorgeous and her face was also stunning. At that moment, she was waiting for the main character, and it was she who called him to leave the dorm. This meeting was surprising for both Fan and Long Gu, because none of them expected to meet again so quickly. In fact, the beauty looked for the hero for a long time and asked him to get into the car, because her grandfather wants to thank her for saving her. His classmates heard this and did not believe that Fan could be a great match for such a gorgeous girl, and even wanted to go with him, keeping him company. Some time later, events continued to occur in Mr. Long Ao's cottage. This cottage was indeed many times larger than Zichin's, and Long Ji's family was probably not simple. The boy also decided to find out how the interlocutor found him, and she said that he was filmed by a street surveillance camera, and she used some connections in order to carry out a further search. Grandfather was already waiting for them at that moment, and he really wanted to thank his savior. The caring lady called her grandfather and told him that this was the same guy who saved him. Not believing these words, the elderly man again asked the young man whether he really was a savior. This was indeed the case. The main character greeted the influential man and introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhuo Bufang. In the man's opinion, youth are truly the most outstanding people, and the old man wanted to express great gratitude. Suddenly, someone else entered the room. It was a large number of people. It turned out that one of the relatives named Jiang Bea brought several reputable Chinese medicine doctors to cure the man. The influential man truly believed that Jiang Bei was the most cordial of his disciples. Because of this, the guy was a little shy, but accepted such a good compliment. The gentleman's friend believed that his illness might worsen, and they suggested that he undergo heart bypass surgery. But such a proposal made the gentleman nervous, since Chinese medicine is so vast and diverse, and has it really fallen into such decline that all diseases need to be treated using Western medicine. All the doctors argued that Mr. Long needed to better prepare for the operation, and they would take care of everything themselves. The illness lasted too long. Even if you use Chinese traditional medicine, it will not have any effect. One of the doctors was the most famous doctor of Chinese medicine in southwest China. He is a master of his craft. I researched and thought about it. Maybe it's worth following his recommendations and having an operation. The granddaughter also sincerely believed and told her grandfather that health was most important, and you probably should listen to the doctors. Sighing heavily, the elderly man nevertheless agreed and accepted the offer for the operation. Suddenly, the hero exclaimed that Mr. Long's illness did not necessarily require surgery. This statement shocked absolutely everyone. The doctors of Chinese medicine could not believe it. At that very second, the old man supported the boy and said that Fan had helped him last time, and that he probably knew special treatment methods. Looking at the boy, the bearded man immediately asked whether this young man was a student at a medical university, or whether he was from a family of Chinese medicine doctors. But this assumption was wrong. He was simply a student from Jinling University. For those present, it was a disgrace. After all, he, Mr. Gu and Su are very famous personalities, and in front of them stood a boy who dared to question their decision. That's why they reacted so aggressively to this youngster's arrogance, because they no longer took him seriously, because he was not a doctor. According to the doctor, the talent of a young man is manifested in modesty. As they say, modesty leads to progress. Even the old man believed it, and told Fan that they were all authorities in medical circles, and if he wanted to practice medicine, he could introduce him to them. Thus, the young man realized that it seemed that Mr. Long did not believe his words either. In this case, the main character decided that he would better say goodbye to everyone present, since no one believed him. Lung still suggested that his granddaughters need to go after this guy and talk with him. Initially, the girl could not understand why Fan left so quickly, because his grandfather did not have time to introduce him to Uncle Jiang. He is the mayor, and in the future he could help him. The hero stopped abruptly and exclaimed that he is the person who always copes with difficulties. He does not need to depend on anyone. There are only people who depend on him. The boy also decided to give the girl a miracle medicine, and when Mr. Moon has an attack, he will have to take it. The young man donated one of his magical elixirs and gave it to her mistress in order to help the elderly man. In fact, Long Gu did not believe this guy, because she knew that miracle cures did not exist, and this guy could not be a celestial being. As soon as the girl returned to the house, she immediately heard someone screaming outside the door. It turned out that Mr. Wu became ill again and could not breathe as the disease began to progress again. All the doctors realized that time had been lost, and if we take the patient to the hospital now, he may simply not live to see it. The concerned granddaughter stood in front of her grandfather and decided to find out what happened, but he had already lost consciousness. Fearing for the elderly man, Long Gu ordered the doctors to come up with something, because it was necessary to somehow save the patient. Unfortunately, the doctors did not have the necessary equipment. They can only take the man to the hospital, but the gentleman's condition is deteriorating, and even after arriving at the hospital, he may remain paralyzed. Due to the current situation, there was nothing left to do but try Zhou Bufang's miracle cure. The worried lady took out one of the pills and decided to use it on her grandfather. According to the doctor, this pill could aggravate the disease, and the consequences could not be predicted from taking such a medicine. But the granddaughter didn't care at all anymore, and she ordered the arrogant doctor to leave behind, because no matter what the consequences were, she took responsibility. This medicine was sure to help, and Long Gu was sure of it. At that same second, a magical light appeared around the elderly man, which seemed to heal him. This made absolutely everyone present surprised at such an unexpected effect from the pill. Opening their eyes, the patients exclaimed that he was much better and could now breathe. This event caused absolutely everyone to be shocked and at the same time rejoice, since the effect of the medicine turned out to be much greater than expected. Now the doctors wanted to understand what kind of magical medicine Mr. Long had just taken, as if it were really magical. Once his condition had stabilized, the elderly man decided to see if Bufang had helped him again, and the granddaughter replied that this was indeed the case. It was now that Mr. Long realized that they were blind, and Long Gu definitely had to ask this guy to come back. This had to be done at any cost. Also, the influential man decided to drive away absolutely all the doctors, because of his mistake, a truly skilled doctor left, and other scoundrels have nothing to do here. Leaving home, the boy only thought that the medicine he had left would temporarily help Mr. Long. A girl was running nearby, saying on the phone that she would immediately come to her sister for karaoke, and the young man at that moment thought that the girl was incredibly cute, and it was unknown what kind of pig she would fall into the hands of. Some guys ran after her and discussed that they had been preparing for more than a month, and this time there was no way they could miss. The scoundrels have already seen a suitable place, a small path ahead that suited best, and this time they will demand at least 500 million, otherwise they will kill the hostage. The hero also noticed that these guys had weapons with them, and they were probably planning an attack on an innocent girl. It was a kidnapping, and the young man immediately had a desire to prevent a possible crime. Some time later, the girl ran to a deserted place. Her sister told her that if you follow this small path, you can get to your destination faster. But the criminals were already waiting for her there, and they decided to stop her, saying that the fat-faced owner of the jewelry store had a very beautiful daughter. The alarmed girl exclaimed that the insolent people had gotten it wrong, and the owner of the jewelry store was not her father. But these guys didn't care at all, because they were not 3-year-old children, and they carefully studied the girl's pedigree. Even if the girl had screamed, no one would have heard her anyway, since the criminals took good care of the place where the abduction would take place. The main character stood nearby. The hooligans immediately noticed him, and he ordered them not to stand, but to continue the kidnapping. The criminals did not like this proposal at all. They said that it was forbidden to watch this, because they were not performing here, and it was impossible to watch it. The alarmed lady began to beg the stranger to help her, because she understood that now she could be kidnapped. The criminals decided that it was necessary to destroy the boy, because if this case was revealed, then they would all be finished. Because of his own stupidity and arrogance, Fan brought disaster upon himself. The smart young man asked the hooligans not to approach, otherwise he would crush them with the help of seeds, and he would not be responsible for the consequences. Intimidation only made the enemies laugh, and they did not believe that it was possible to crush anyone with seeds. Grabbing his knife, the gang leader ordered everyone to kill the boy so that there would be no witnesses left. The hero at that moment decided to use a special trick and threw seeds at his opponents, as promised. These seeds have been increased many times over in order to make the most effective attack, in which the main character will easily defeat his enemies. Fortunately, the bandits did not like this very much, and one of them grabbed a knife because he wanted to finish off his opponent. The thrown seed was indeed gigantic, because it presented the enemy, and he could no longer move. At the same time, the boy asked his enemies not to worry, since they still had seeds that could carry out an attack. This immediately caused serious concern for the enemies. They did not understand how to act in this situation, since their adversary was much stronger. Thanks to a completely simple attack, the battle was over, and Fang was indeed happy about it. Watching everything that was happening, the girl even thought that the young man who saved her was a prince who was sent by heaven. In fact, this was not the case, and the boy said that he was a demon who had emerged from the underworld to exact retribution. It was at that moment that the slightly worried girl decided to find out what her savior's name was. She wanted to find out the guy's name in order to return home and tell her parents, because they would like to communicate with such a good person, but Fan didn't care about that at all. The girl clearly didn't like this answer, and she didn't even know how to react to it, since she seemed to have been rescued, but they clearly didn't speak to her politely. Some time later, the lady finally returned home, and her parents were incredibly happy that she was okay. Running closer and closer to her parents, Tuntun thought about how she would tell the story that happened to her today, and at the same time she began to cry. The girl's mother also started crying and said that her daughter scared her to death because she had not been home for a long time. The crying girl said that she was mistaken for Zhang Xiaoyu, her uncle's daughter, and wanted to kidnap her, but one guy saved her. The caring father decided to calm his daughter down and asked her to rest, and in the meantime he would call his brother to tell him everything and ask her to be careful. The next day, events continued to occur at the university, where the main character said goodbye to his beloved Ziqin, and asked to drive the car more carefully. Reflecting on everything that happened in his life, the young man understood that although life is not easy, youth is beautiful. As soon as the boy entered the university, his classmates immediately began to discuss that he had arrived and insulted a person who should not have been insulted. Hearing such discussions, the young man immediately realized that someone was probably looking for trouble again. Many of the students were actually surprised that Fan had arrived at the university, as they thought that powerful people had already dealt with him. Not understanding what was happening, the hero decided to ask his classmates why they were staring at him like he had flowers growing on his face. As it turned out, some 2 girls were still looking for the boy and were waiting for him in the audience. At first, Fan was quite contemptuous of the 2 interlocutors, because he thought that they were his enemies. One of the girls began to reproach the young man for dating the eldest daughter of the Long family, and this is not at all the same as looking into people's eyes when talking to them. According to Fang, he should not be distracted from his studies, as he needs to study diligently and improve every day. The 2 girls also wanted to find out some information regarding who Long Gyue is, and also began to claim that Ziqin does not love the guy at all, and in general she might leave him soon. The angry man stood up and said that his name was Zhuo Bufang and he did not mix personal relationships and affairs, and he never needed anyone's protection, and if these 2 girls came here early in the morning to mock him. One of the girls was incredibly surprised, because she did not expect that Zhuo Bufang would be such a brave guy who would discuss with her. At that same second, the interlocutors noticed that Wang Xingping had approached, and he looked very dissatisfied. It turned out that the enemy did not like that the main character was becoming more and more impudent. It was then that the young man began to rub his hands and exclaimed that his interlocutor had not been beaten for a long time. This time the enemy was prepared, and brought with him a gang of scoundrels who were ready to deal with Fan. In order for the guy to be forgiven by Tsinai now, he needed to kneel down, and also lick his shoes clean and bark a couple of times like a dog, and perhaps then Fan would be spared. According to the insolent girl, Long Gyue chose such a nonentity like him in order to benefit from him, and it seemed to her that he would never stand up for the guy in his life. Everyone understood that Zhuo Bufang was challenging the influential family, but no one knew what he was seeking, because Wang Xingping ordered him to apologize. He pitied him, and he does not value a good attitude. The classmates also understood that Fang soon might be dead because he had offended someone he shouldn't have and displeased Wang Xingping. It was at that moment that the boy realized that it was necessary to act, because his enemies began to attack. Suddenly, the villains grabbed weapons and began to approach the boy, and probably wanted to finish him off. Meanwhile, someone entered the office, and he was probably not at all involved in the conflict. This was the same girl who was an ardent fan of Zhuo Bufang. It was at that moment that the scoundrels realized that this was the same girl from an influential family, and she could calmly stand up for the hero. Nevertheless, Wang Xingping decided to settle the conflict, since Long Gyue would interfere with his dealings with Fan. Thus, thanks to the unexpected appearance of the girl, all the villains decided to leave. Laughing, the hero exclaimed that the bandit was probably just lucky, and they would have been severely punished for their actions. Coming closer to the young man, Long Gyue was going to tell him something, because she was probably worried about something. Due to the mistrust on the part of the grandfather, Zhuo Bufang said that he no longer wanted to cooperate with the family, but as it turned out, the lady wanted to say that the grandfather was mistaken, and hopes that the young man will come to their home again. The hero did not react at all to this proposal, and only said that he would think before making decisions. At that very moment, the lady said that she would also wait for an answer because she wanted to know if Zhuo Bufang would come to them again. Having overheard the couple's conversation, classmates thought that Long Geyue was literally stalking the young man. After the hero left the office, he only thought about the fact that he wanted to go to classes and work out, but nothing worked out. Suddenly, someone called him back on his mobile phone, and probably this call was very important. It turned out that it was Yeshuan, who said that he had a new girlfriend, and tonight she was gathering guests at the Southern Maple Karaoke. In the evening, events continued to occur at the entrance to the Southern Maple Karaoke, where Yeshuan was already waiting for the hero. At the karaoke where they came, the prices were not at all low, and since a friend invited Bones, it seems like she is an unusual person. Moving closer to his other friends, Yeshuan introduced his friend to the girl. Her name was Yuan Xuanshuang. As it turned out, the same two girls who pestered the young man at the university were also nearby. Today, powerful people have gathered in this club, and if the heroes decide to say or do anything, then he better be careful. Even the guys sitting behind had great connections. One of them was from the Jin family. Also at the event was Zhang Tongtong, whom Zhuo Bufang had previously saved from the bandits who tried to attack her. Thus, they met, and the girl who hated the young man no longer disliked him so much, since he saved her sister. Fearing a rascal like Zhuo Bufang, little sister told Zhang Tongtong not to be misled by this guy because he was always getting into fights, and he also had no money and his parents were hired workers. Hearing this statement, one of the guys laughed sharply, because he thought it was funny. Approaching closer to the hero of the occasion, the stranger asked her why she had brought such strange friends, but in the girl's opinion, everyone should just relax and have fun, because it didn't matter what position someone had in society. In fact, this same guy believed that he could not waste his precious time on such simpletons. Since he went on vacation in order to make connections, he did not have time to waste it here with this nonentity. The impudent guy had already reached the door and was about to open it in order to go outside. Suddenly, someone sharply opened the door, causing it to hit the bastard right in the face. Falling to the floor, the scoundrel shouted that the brainless stranger should knock before entering the room. But the people who came were also difficult, and they noticed that some simpletons had occupied the gentleman's separate office, and it was completely unclear why they had not yet left here. The offended guy exclaimed that he was from the Huang family, and some punks wouldn't dare try to occupy his office. According to the blonde, there was nothing special about the guy due to the fact that he was from the Huang family. After all, they are the brothers of the third Hu. The mention of the name of such an influential person immediately made the guy shut up, because he understood that it was impossible to argue with these people. This influential man had the title of third Hu, and he was from Chu Tianye's entourage. Therefore, this guy from Huang for such powerful people was just an ordinary dog who was not capable of anything. Out of disrespect for his interlocutor, the blonde kicked the guy in the stomach with all his might, because he didn't like the way they talked to him. After receiving the blow, the insignificant guy only apologized, saying that he did not know who he was talking to. Moving closer to Yuan Xuanshuang, Rongdu said that if she kept him company, they would forget about this incident and would not touch anyone again. Yes, Yuan stood up for the girl, saying that he could protect her, but she was against it, because she asked her boyfriend not to interfere in a dangerous matter. Bowing her head and starting to cry, the girl nevertheless agreed to go with this scoundrel. This news made the hooligan happy, and his mood immediately changed. He became joyful and happy. Looking at the nearest girls, the criminal realized that they were also quite beautiful and it wouldn't hurt to take them with him too. Having told the young man to leave, Bandit was already thinking about what he would do with these girls and wanted to have some fun with them. But the girls didn't like all this. They were very afraid of the stranger, and were going to call the police so that she would protect them. The stupid criminal just continued to laugh and shouted that no one would run away from him today. One of the guys present in this room was against the actions of the scoundrel, and decided to teach him a lesson. First, the hero hit the villain right in the face with all his might, using his magical abilities. From such a strong blow, the criminal flew several tens of meters to the side, and experienced unbearable pain. The blonde clearly did not expect such a blow, and realized that the strongest guy from this company had actually begun to fight against him. Blondin's allies were nearby, and he ordered them not to let anyone out of this room, because everyone would now suffer. Zhuo Bufang continued to look intently at his enemy and thought through further battle tactics. Addressing the criminal, the young man ordered him to kneel down and hit his forehead on the floor a couple of times, and then perhaps he would show mercy and forgive his opponent. The dissatisfied guy did not like the fact that Zhuo Bufang was threatening an influential man in this way, and asked not to provoke a quarrel, because he would involve the rest of those present in it. Many of the third whose minions were ready to fight, and were going to kill absolutely everyone in this room using a large number of weapons. But in the opinion of the main character, in front of him now stood a bunch of scum who were not capable of anything. That is why the boy decided to act and began beating many hooligans. He raised the most impudent scoundrel and decided to ask if he really was the third who. The beaten bastard began to claim that he really was his brother, and was indignant at how Fan had beaten him. Feeling sorry for the guy, the young man exclaimed that they would tell the third who to meet with him. An arrogant boy nearby began to reproach the hero for daring to beat the third who's friend because now he would be in trouble. The girls were also unhappy, because they believed that it was impossible to show any bravery in front of such influential people. Only Yesuan decided to stop all this and ordered absolutely everyone to shut up. The comrade understood perfectly well that Zhuo Bufang now fought in order to protect him and his girlfriend. Now everyone began to resent the fact that Yesuan talks to them disrespectfully, since he is quite poor and cannot talk to respected people like that. But the guy didn't care at all about it, and he ordered even the richest guy to shut up, because he didn't have an iota of stamina, so he had no special position to speak. Meanwhile, the hero only watched everything that was happening and did not stop his friend, because he was right. Still, the young man asked his friend that they should all leave, because in a few hours the third who should arrive. The comrade was worried about his brother-in-law, and asked him to be careful, and even wanted to stay to help. But Zhuo Bufang asked his friend to leave, and convinced him that nothing would happen to him, since he was much stronger than any bandit. The arrogant guy continued to claim that all this happened only because Fan behaved like that. Because of the guilt of the main character, everyone began to leave, and accused the young man that he was to blame for the fact that they did not have fun today. Even Tuntong began to leave, although she didn't want to, but her sister forced her. For the last time, Yesuan asked if the young man needed help, but he replied that everything would be fine and he could handle it alone. The smart guy exclaimed that things won't work out like that, because they are friends, and they want to stay together with Zhuo Bufang. Even Yuan Shuang agreed to stay. In order to convince his friend to leave, the young man stood up and said that he was in close contact with Chu Tian, and he did not care about such enemies. On the contrary, ordinary people will only get in the way in this conflict, since the battle will be really serious. Soon after this, the friends decided to leave and asked the young man to be as careful as possible. Meanwhile, events continued to occur at the entrance to the Southern Maple Karaoke, where someone had already arrived by car. The main bandit realized that his brother had finally arrived, and now he could deal with that impudent guy in the club. Third who indeed looked quite brutal, and immediately asked his comrade what kind of bastard beat him like that. Then the brother said that there was a boy in the club, in a separate room, and it was he who beat him like that. Hearing this, the bandits realized that it was necessary to act, because their comrade had been seriously beaten. The relaxed hero, meanwhile, was sitting on the couch in the club, waiting for his enemies to fight them. Also in a second, someone broke down the door with all their strength. As it turned out, it was the same third who. The man immediately turned to the guy and asked what such a simpleton was doing in the third who's domain. Having examined the guy up close, the bandit suddenly froze, as if he was scared, as if he realized what kind of fight awaited him. The brother behind him shouted that this was the same boy, and he still didn't understand who he had contacted. But the man immediately hit his brother, ordering him to shut up. Experiencing severe pain from the incredibly strong blow, the guy fell to the floor and began to foam at the mouth. As it turned out, the influential bandit recognized Mr. Zhuo Bufang, and this immediately stopped him. Looking at his brother, the blonde was simply in shock as he knelt down in front of the boy. This also surprised absolutely all the bandits who were nearby, because it seemed to them that they would easily beat up some boy. The smart young man continued to sit on the sofa, and asked the third who, Are all these people really with his entourage? Worried from stress, the bald scoundrel began to mutter and said that these were really his relatives. Watching the bald man, the hero, out of respect for Mr. Tian, will not sort things out, but he also asked his friends not to meddle in other people's affairs anymore. Thus, Hu apologized, saying that it was indeed his fault, and he did not foresee that his people would behave this way. Everyone began to leave, and the blonde shouted with all his might that he did not know who Zhuo Bufang was and really admitted his mistake. The unshakable hero continued to drink his wine, and sat quietly while many bandits left and were very scared. And because of disrespect for the young man, the blonde was punished and he was deprived of several fingers. The main bandit immediately said that only the boy paid for his action, and asked Mr. Zhuo not to harbor a grudge. But Zhuo Bufang, addressing the bald man, said that he is not a merciless person, and they both know it, so they all need to leave here. Thanking the gentleman for his mercy, the bald man only thought that it was really good that he had enough determination, otherwise if Mr. Tian had found out about all this, then he would have been left without fingers. The young man also decided to find out at the same time how Mr. Tian was doing there, and as it turned out, he had not been feeling very well lately. Hearing this, the boy immediately realized that in this case he needed to visit an influential man, because he just had some business for him. After some time, events continued to happen at Mr. Tian's house. The elderly man immediately turned to the young man, saying later that if he had something to do, he would only have to say it, and he himself would come to him, because how could he possibly bother such a respected man, on a long road? The hero really didn't come without an important matter, and he had one request. The influential man gladly agreed to fulfill it. It only needs to be said about it, and then he will make every effort to fulfill it. Having examined the house, the boy immediately noticed that something had been happening here lately, since there was a lot of security in the country house. There were indeed a huge number of guards, and there were even snipers sitting in the trees. The head guard exclaimed that all this happened because of 7 Wang from Jinzhou, which statement immediately caused concern to the main character, and he realized that this was probably Wang Xingping's family. Ever since Mr. Zhuo helped Mr. Tian remove Yang Laoba's influence, the Wang family had been eager to express their dissatisfaction. Tian also thanked the hero for giving him the amulet last time, because he was afraid that if he had not had it, the killer would have killed him. The status of the Wang family in Jinzhou has been unshakable for more than 100 years, they have deep roots, and they are said to have power in many cities. Even the Tian family does not have such impressive power. Turning to the guard, the influential man asked him to bring what he had previously prepared for Zhuo. It turned out that this was the key to the Phoenix Lord's cottage. Its price was 50 million, and Tian was going to present the young man with such a gift. The boy happily took the keys and said that this was really too kind of the gentleman. In fact, this time the hero came here to ask for help in getting some high-quality jasper or iron ores. Fan also kindly gave his comrade 2 more amulets. Because of this he was very grateful, and also promised to definitely help find suppliers of the necessary materials. The affairs were settled, Hernusha was no longer going to take up time, and when a supplier was found, Tian had to contact him immediately. As soon as the hero left, Tian immediately began to reason that Zhuo Bufang was extremely mysterious, and he should not be stingy and establish a relationship with him at any cost. An influential man asked his chief guard to help him in this matter, and to find the best quality jasper and iron ore as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the girls discussed with Ziqin that there should be a reunion in a few days. One of the friends thought that she used to be proud that Ziqin was the most beautiful in school, but now she was no longer so good, and the girl was specially going to bring her friend so that she could disgrace herself there. Another friend thought that who would have thought that the arrogant beauty would marry a loser, and because of this, it was necessary to take her to the alumni meeting so that she would hit the dirt on her face. The influential girl, turning to her friends, said that lately she had been very busy in the company, and if she had time, she would definitely come to the alumni meeting. Some time later, the main character arrived and Ziqin exclaimed that he had returned. The boy immediately remembered that, according to previous memories, the girl in yellow was called Song Yali and she is the owner of a small furniture company. The girl in green was called Mao Xinyue, she was supported by a rich husband, and she did not need anything. Looking at these girls, the young man realized that they did not seem to be very close with his wife, which is why it was not entirely clear why they came here. The girlfriends immediately looked at the guy and asked Ziqing whether this was really her future husband Zhuo Bufang. Seeing the young man, they began to mock him, saying that he was a loser, and such a beauty should not have married him. In their opinion, no one would have thought that such a beautiful girl at school, whom no one could keep up with, would marry such a nonentity, and they tried to smile affably so that it did not look like a laughing smile. At this time, the main character is just over the fact that he has been working on himself all his life and is close to perfection, but he does not care about such ridicule, but he felt sorry for Ziqing. Going into another room, Fang only thought about Ziqing calming down. He can make her a princess, but he just needs to wait a little. At the last moment, the young man asked his friends to continue chatting, and he would go to sleep in another room. Suddenly, one of her friends asked the young man to wait, because she noticed that he had something in his hands and suggested that perhaps it was a gift for Ziqing. The two girls immediately realized that this thing looked quite expensive, which is why they really wanted to look at it. It looked quite strange, because Ziqing did not understand why her friends were behaving this way, and why they wanted to look at that very thing. One of the girls realized that Zhuo Bufang had a family, and he could not take an expensive gift because he was a beggar. This behavior on the part of his friends began to anger the young man, and he realized that if they wanted trouble and a serious blow to their self-esteem, then he would give it to them. Approaching the group of friends, the boy turned to Ziqing and told her that it was a gift from a friend, and she needed to see if she liked it. The scoundrels quickly wanted to see what kind of junk was in this box in order to once again mock their girlfriend. But there was a mysterious key in the box, and at first the girls didn't even know what it was for. After thinking a little, the mercs realized that it was the key to the Phoenix Lord's cottage, and did not understand how this was even possible, because such cottages as the Phoenix Lord's now cost at least 50 or 60 million. The beloved was indeed very grateful for such a gift and thanked her husband. This act really surprised the girls, because none of them could afford to receive such a gift, and it was completely incomprehensible how such a loser as Zhuo Bufang could buy such an expensive cottage. That is why the girlfriends began to wonder how Zhuo Bufang was able to buy the Phoenix Lord's cottage, as if he had previously turned out to be a loser in order to later show how cool he was. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that his friends may or may not believe him. He doesn't care, since this gift was made only for Ziqing. The girls realized that this house was worth a considerable amount of money, although they had met many guys like him, and even thought that he probably bought a fake key on purpose to show off. Confused, Ziqing told her husband that he could go and rest, and in the evening she would call him for dinner. The boy didn't mind, because he understood that in fact these keys were real, and his friends might not continue to believe him. At that moment, even the wife believed that her husband really did it just for show, and the key was actually fake. The next day, events continued to happen at the university. The young man thought that his wife was really very good, since she took him to classes every day. A comrade stood nearby, who noticed that the hero had already arrived at the university, and was glad of his presence. A little alarmed by Yeshuan to find out what really happened yesterday, Fan only replied that everything was in order, and he easily resolved the conflict. Exhausted after a run, a friend said that he had just heard that Wang Xingping asked his cousin to teach him a lesson in martial arts today. This turn of events really turned out to be surprising. The young man immediately decided to find out who Van's cousin was after all. His cousin's name was Wang Feixiang. He was also from the university, and he had a black belt in Taekwondo. Still, the main character believed that there was nothing to wait for, and he would like to go and see what would happen. The worried friend asked the guy to be careful because his opponent had a black belt in Taekwondo. After several hours, events continued to occur in the gym where many students had gathered. Students with black belts discussed that Taekwondo is the path to great skill, and those who do not understand this are simply stupid. Comrade Sinpina turned to Feixian and told him about the boy who needed to be explained that he was wrong. According to the boy, due to the fact that he has a black belt in Taekwondo, no one here will definitely be his opponent. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking that at first Fang was forced into an awkward position, and wanted him to apologize to Brother Jingping, which he had to do, because today he was in trouble. Zhuo Bufang considered himself better than others, which is why everyone wanted to force him into an awkward position. One girl thought that Fan was a normal guy, and he was completely different from what they say about him, but she was ordered to shut her mouth. one of the teachers announced that first their Taekwondo Society chairman Wang Feixiang would hold a master class for everyone. The determined guy stood up and was ready to fight. He even knew who he would challenge. This guy was a real master. Absolutely all the girls liked him. He had skill and strength, which is why everyone wanted to become his girlfriend. Pointing his finger at the main character, the enemy ordered him to be his sparring partner. The young man could not refuse such an offer, and everyone immediately began to discuss that Fan was simply overestimating his abilities, and he would not be able to withstand such an opponent. According to the confident guy, their Taekwondo techniques are more than childish fighting, and they lack the understanding of real martial arts. Everyone was very happy that now Fan would be in a difficult situation, since he had many enemies. Only one girl was worried about him. The Taekwondo master did not like that the main character mocked his fighting art. That is why the enemy decided to attack with full force, and jumped to perform a kick. There were a large number of fans near the battlefield, and they all hoped that Wang Feixiang would win. But no one expected that the main character would be much stronger than this loser. The young man hit his opponent with all his might, using only his physical strength without the use of magic. This turn of events really surprised everyone. No one expected that an ordinary guy was capable of something like that. Fan's strike was incredibly effective, leaving everyone in shock. The guy had only one fan, and she wanted him to win with all her might. After a serious attack, the enemy could no longer move, much less fight. Zhuo Bufang decided to say that he masters a martial art that is 5,000 years old. It can be considered the best of martial arts. One of the students could not believe that the young man was capable of something like that, because he was an ordinary student, and it was completely incomprehensible where he could have such skill. The teacher was also dissatisfied, since the guy injured his classmate, because of which he could be severely punished and expelled from the university. These statements from the master only made Fan laugh, since the master with the black belt had just challenged a newcomer to a fight so that he could cripple him. If Fang fell now, then the teacher would tell everyone that this exchange of experience and getting injured was inevitable. The alarmed master began to claim that the guy not only injured his classmate, but also insulted Taekwondo. That is why the teacher began to challenge the hero to battle, and asked him if he had enough courage to accept his challenge. Zhuo Bufang accepted this challenge to fight without hesitation and easily defeated the strongest of his opponents. How? Even the teacher who seemed to have the best skills was defeated. These guys were clearly not worthy of fighting such a serious opponent as Fan, which is why they lost. After seeing this fight, the students realized that Zhuo Bufang was a good guy. He was a real master, and also very strong. Meanwhile, the teacher began to get up and shouted with all his might that he would do everything to expel Fan. At that very moment, Long Gyue entered the room and asked the master if he could really eliminate the Fan. This was indeed a shocking event for everyone present, as it looked as if the girl had come to Fan's aid. In fact, the lady came here because she had important business with the main character. Even though the young man was in class, the girl still persuaded him to go with her, since the matter was really important. In the opinion of most, this guy used to be just a loser, and now he and Long Gyue suddenly realized that the Long family had taken under the protection of a loser in the past. It turned out that the girl came here because her grandfather took medicine and felt better, so she asked him to go Fana with her. But the young man wanted to think before going, because last time these people only laughed at him, no one believed him, and there is no point in calling him again. Confused by such statements, the lady exclaimed that she believed him, and that should be enough. Long Gyue literally began to beg the main character to go with her, since her grandfather asked for it. The boy still agreed, but was going to agree that if they listened to him, he would cure his grandfather, but if this did not happen, he would leave immediately. The agreement made the girl very happy, and she promised that they would not mock the skill of the great master. So, together they got into the car and went to their grandfather's house to undergo treatment. Some time later, events continued to occur in Mr. Luen's cottage. The elderly man was very glad to meet the great master, because last time he wanted to express his great gratitude to him for his help. The people around him did not understand at all why the old man was being so kind to this young man, and it was completely incomprehensible why he suddenly called him master. Nevertheless, the benevolent Mr. Luen decided to introduce his guest to his friends. On the way home, Long said that one should not underestimate Zhuo Bufang, because a few days ago he unexpectedly saved a man when he lost consciousness. After thinking a little, the owner of the estate decided to apologize to Mr. Zhuo for his ill will, because in those few days the doctors had already tried to familiarize themselves with the hero's treatment methods, and they all recognize him as a qualified doctor and want to choose the time to apologize to him. Soon they came to a river, where the elderly man once again praised the young master's skill. It turned out that a gift was also prepared for the main character, which the owner wanted to give to him. Assistant Luna brought a small card, and it was not clear why it was needed. In fact, there were 5 million on this card, and they were intended as a thank you to Mr. Zhuo. In addition, this VIP card allows you to take things from Long family outlets for free and without restrictions. The boy immediately thanked him for such a gift, and the man concluded that the young man indifferently accepted praise and slander. Having received the VIP card of the Long family, he remained calm, which is why he is undoubtedly an extraordinary person. Having started to cough, the owner of the company still wanted to ask the gentleman if he knew what the cause of his illness was. According to the main character, his illness had 2 causes. Firstly, it was a hereditary disease affecting internal organs. Upon hearing this, the elderly man immediately admitted that this was indeed the case. And secondly, the gentleman trained often, and this put a very heavy load on his heart. After such an argument, one of the men began to be indignant, because in his opinion it was nonsense. Everyone knew that exercise makes a person healthy, no one had ever heard that it could harm health. It was then that the hero decided to ask the gentleman if every time after training he felt weakness, swelling of the limbs, all these sensations that were not enjoyable. Long really experienced these sensations, which is why the guy asked him to prepare the medicine according to the prescription, which he would write. When everything is ready, the medicine must be given to Fan, and he will process this medicine for him again. One of the men decided to find out why it is necessary to give these drugs for processing, because it is better to understand the real state of affairs, since Shuo Bufang literally surrounded himself with secrets, and it was better to find out everything. It turned out that the medicine had to be given away because no one could process it except Fan. The man did not like such boasting. This deal was very unprofitable, and today he received 5 million from Mr. Long. When the medicine needs to be processed, he can get more. Grabbing the card, the young man exclaimed that he always acts according to his conscience. Having broken a bank card, on which there was a large amount of money, he said that he didn't need it either. According to the main character, people with different views will not be able to cooperate, and he decided to say goodbye. The girl immediately ran to stop the young man, and he told her that he had come with good intentions to help, but her grandfather still did not trust her. The concerned lady stopped the protagonist and told him that her grandfather had a special situation, he had faced betrayal before, and more understanding should be shown. Due to the fact that the young man had just publicly broken his grandfather's VIP card, and she offered to give him hers so that they would be even. The young man did not understand at all why this card was so important, because there was only money on it. As it turned out, this card was my grandfather's most important gift. He gave it to only 8 people in his entire life. This really turned out to be an important gift, and the guy was confused because of this, since he was the 9th person to whom this card was given. Long family VIP card holders, all but some scoundrels, are important people. One of them is even a martial arts teacher. Hearing this, the hero immediately decided to find out whether being a martial arts teacher is really very honorable, because before he traveled the Milky Way, walked the length and breadth of the universe, could knock down a star with a blow of his fist. In his eyes, a martial arts teacher is no more than an ordinary ant. In fact, a martial arts teacher can cut the wind with a knife, kill a person by controlling his breath, walk on water, which is why he is quite cool. Looking at the girl, the young man immediately noticed that she looked passionate about him. Perhaps she wants to marry him, and this was indeed the case. If the age difference were not great, then of course she would want this. Laughing, the main character still decided to disappoint the girl and said that there was nothing outstanding about this martial arts teacher. Suddenly, the gentleman's friend came and noticed that the ignorant boy was shamelessly showing off. The scoundrel convinced Zhuo Bufang that he shouldn't call the martial arts teacher a person who is nothing of himself, and called the guy. But the lady was against this, and exclaimed that there was no point in fighting, because the master had already been tested by the martial arts union. He was assigned the by category, and this would be oppression of her classmate. The elderly man also understood that Fang had achieved incredible success in medicine, but he considered him to be very talented, but did not expect that his character, unfortunately, would not be so good. The martial artist convinced the main character that he should not worry, because he has a sense of proportion and will not hurt anyone. Even an influential comrade exclaimed that this should not be done, since the strong should not offend the weak. Only the boy exclaimed that this scoundrel was fit to be his opponent, and Luan shouted to him that he should not lose his head, and there was no need to be adequate. The bastard realized that it turns out that this guy can only boast and does not dare to measure his strength, but still stands his ground. Long sincerely believed that the young man was indeed talented in medicine, but martial arts was a completely different matter. If he was only good in words, then it made no sense. Even the girl admitted that her grandfather hates empty words most of all, and there is no need to miss the chance to get his support. Looking at his opponent, the main character exclaimed that he did not need anyone's support. The answer really amazed the girl. She immediately admitted that she had made a mistake and had just said something stupid. Since the young man had already studied her grandfather's illness, he decided to say goodbye, but the lady tried with all her might to stop him. Gradually, Fan began to walk towards the lake, and literally walked on the water, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. The skill amazed absolutely everyone, since no one expected that an ordinary guy was capable of something like that. Thus, the influential man realized that this guy was indeed a completely unusual person. Only people who had achieved perfection as martial arts teachers had this ability to walk on water. Realizing his mistake, the former subscriber admitted that he was crazy, because he really was useful to this guy as an enemy. Only the girl did not appreciate such an act, because Fan had just advised marrying a martial arts teacher, and now specifically before the days he began to walk on water. A month later, the young man promised that he could make people faint when he reached the middle of the sea. In the end, the hero wanted to see who else was running into trouble, because he was in trouble. Some time later, the young man returned to his home and notified his wife about this. The boy immediately noticed that his wife was incredibly beautiful today. As it turned out, the lady bought 2 whole suits. They were in the bedroom, and she asked the young man to try on his suit. This act really made the boy happy, because he realized that his wife had decided to buy him new clothes. In fact, on this day they had a reunion, and they had to change clothes, otherwise they might be late. Which turn of events made Zhuo Bufang happy, as he guessed that his wife was getting ready to go somewhere. The guy was happy that Ziqin treated him better and better. She even decided to take him to the high school reunion, which made him look good. Thus, the young man dressed up and was ready to go to the alumni meeting, because he looked simply gorgeous. The only thing that upset Fan was that his beloved did not look at him before they headed to the meeting. In the evening, events continued to occur in an elite club called Doton. A couple of handsome young people got out of the car. They looked just perfect. Seeing Ziqin, the friend was unhappy because she arrived quite late, and everyone decided that she would not come. According to the girls, Ziqing was the first beauty in school, and if she had not come today, this meeting would have been a disappointment. A little disturbing, the girl explained that she was a little busy because she was at work. The friend decided to introduce her husband, whose name was Yao Dafu. He was the head of a thriving company. The kind girl immediately greeted Director Yao and was as polite as possible. Many people recognized the director. He was one of the 15 richest and most influential people in the city. He just had a small business, according to him, and nothing more, because of which it could not be said that he was very rich. Everyone began to realize that the director would have to spend a lot of money today, because today they decided to go to Doton, a better club owned by the Moon family. Approaching closer, the girl with purple hair recognized the heroine and immediately turned to her. As it turned out, it was her best friend, whose name was Chun Min, and she was really glad to meet you. For the beauty, this was an unexpected meeting, since she believed that her friend had not yet returned abroad, but as it turned out, she only returned yesterday, and now plans to stay in this city forever. This news was really great, because now they could walk together, and since all the guests had arrived, their classmates were getting ready to go to the club. Many guests happily agreed because they understood that they wanted to celebrate this meeting well. One of the employees of the establishment turned to the director, and Bullet was glad to meet him. He also regretted that he had not met him earlier, which is why he asked for forgiveness. It was surprising to everyone that the administrator stuttered in front of an influential man. Turning to the manager, the director asked the director to prepare the largest office for them, called the Northern Landscape, since there were indeed a lot of people, but unfortunately this office was already occupied. The beloved of an influential man asked to cancel the reservation, since it was impossible to refuse such a person as her husband. The excited administrator did not even know how to answer this question, and thought that this vixen should not appear here at all, since she considers herself to be in charge. The bald man explained that they didn't want any trouble, and if the Northern Landscape was reserved by the Moon family, then they wouldn't insist. Feeling very anxious, the administrator nevertheless decided to refuse the director again, saying that the guest who booked the Northern Landscape is also a very influential person, so he could not give it away. Feeling as humiliated as possible, the influential man asked in this case to prepare 2 small offices for them. That is why Fan decided to take the initiative on his own and ask the guest of the Northern Landscape to give in to them. The administrator again exclaimed that the guest of the Northern Landscape is a very influential person, and it is impossible to ask him to yield. One of the classmates began to mock the guy and said that he shouldn't pretend to be something majestic, since even the director couldn't occupy this office, and he definitely wouldn't succeed. Another impudent girl also believed that the young man should not overestimate his capabilities, otherwise he would lose face. After thinking a little, the guy began to act and took out a VIP club member card. Previously, I told the hero that if he has this card, then he can easily get into all organizations of the Moon family. Seeing this card, the director was simply shocked, because he had never in his life seen people who possessed such a valuable resource. The surprised man only knew that the Doden Club membership card should contain at least 5 million, and annual expenses should be at least 10 million. All the people immediately began to look at each other, since the VIP card of the Doden Club in the city is proof of a special social status, and it seemed that they all underestimated this guy. The most arrogant friend at that moment even thought that they were probably all wrong in relation to Zhuobu Fan. Chen Min was also surprised that Zhuobu Fang was capable of something like that, because Ziqin had previously said that her husband was not very stupid, which is why it is completely unclear where he got the membership card of this club. Seeing the VIP card, the administrator was a little confused and asked to wait a little. Looking at the map, the man was even more confused, and the young man told him that his wife had a graduate meeting, and he did not want to upset her, and asked him to tell the man from the Northern Landscape to vacate the room. At that same second, the administrator exclaimed that this card was fake, because they only have 3 types of cards, these are silver, gold and red, and he had never heard of black membership cards. Hearing this, all the classmates started laughing, because they really thought that this guy had a club membership card, but it turned out to be fake. For them it was stupid, because if you don't have money, then you can't pretend to be rich. Because of this incident, the hero was a little upset, and his friend continued to say that the last time they visited his wife, this guy brought a bunch of fake keys to the Phoenix Lord cottage, which is why he is a terribly funny person. The director also began to mock the guy and said that he understood that the young man wanted to show his good side, but with such a membership card he would not be able to freely go anywhere. The administrator wanted to humiliate her even more and said that only honored guests have their club membership card, and today he wanted to show off this fake card, which is why it is necessary to admit it and they will forget the incident. The wife began to stand up for the main character, saying that her husband may have made a mistake, and she apologized for him, and if compensation is needed, she can be contacted at any time. Former classmates began to laugh at the guy even more, as the man forced his wife to settle his affairs. The club director approached the administrator and asked what happened. He told him that one person had forged their membership card. For the director, this incident was truly surprising, since this had never happened before when someone decided to bring a fake VIP card and deceive them. Taking a closer look at this VIP card, the director decided to familiarize himself with it in order not to draw hasty conclusions. After thinking a little, the man began to get incredibly angry and shouted at the administrator to shut up. Feeling very nervous, the director ran up to the main character and said that it seemed the manager was blind and did not see that he was a respected person. Everyone also wanted to be given the Northern Landscape office to host his wife's alumni reunion. Having heard such a request, the director immediately agreed and said that there were no problems, and all classmates could go inside the office. The determined young man asked his beloved to go with him, since he was sure that his card was real. Everything that happened made my classmates bewildered, because they did not understand how to react to something like that. The girl's friend wanted to understand what was happening in the end, and whether her husband really was a VIP person in this club. The director also radioed to his staff on the 15th floor so that the entire floor could be vacated, because it was impossible to interfere with the gentleman and the meeting of his wife's graduates. Absolutely everyone was ordered to immediately vacate elevator 35 and not allow anyone to use it. Staff were also told to lay out a red carpet for guests to walk on. All employees were instructed to immediately line up in the reception area to greet the distinguished guests and escort them to the office. Many workers initially greeted the gentleman and his wife, because they were glad to see them and understood that these guests were truly honorable. Looking at everything that was happening, the classmates began to realize that Zhuo Bufang was indeed very cool. After the guests were sent to the office, the director admitted that he was scared to death, and the administrator decided to find out what was the matter. Suddenly, the man asked his employee to go to the accounting department and get his salary, and not to come to work again tomorrow. Having heard this news, the man simply could not believe what was said, and began to convince the director that this guy could not be a member of the club. Before dismissing the employee, the director decided to ask him if he knew what these black cards were. As it turned out, these were VIP cards of the Lun family. They were issued by Mr. Lun himself. He issued 8 such cards in his entire life. 2 days ago the director heard that a certain mysterious young man received the 9th. Trembling with shock, the guy couldn't believe that this man was really the one who received the 9th card. This was probably true, and the director nevertheless asked his employee to leave, otherwise they might deal with him differently. Meanwhile, events continued to take place in the elite office, which was accessible only to special guests. One of the influential guests discussed that Zhuo Bufang must have been a loser, and it is completely unclear why he has a web card of this club. Such a person cannot be offended. The girl tried to calm the bald man down and said that he should invite the director to drink a glass of wine, because perhaps in this way he could restore his reputation. They had no opportunity to wait any longer, and the girl asked her lover to call the influential director. At the same time, Chen Min talked with her friend and told her that her father was ill, and he asked her to help at the martial arts center. Unexpectedly, the director entered the office because he received a call and was invited to drink wine. Some of those present greeted Director Hao and said that they once came to the company to check on him. Everyone immediately noticed that Director Ho was invited by Director Yao. This powerful man was highly respected, and he could even invite such an important guest. A little worried, Yao was grateful to the director for accepting his invitation, and they were going to drink wine together. Looking around, suddenly, the influential man noticed Mr. Zhou nearby. This reaction from Ho Yi was indeed unexpected, since no one knew that he knew Zhua. Come closer, the elderly man decided to ask the main character if his name was really Mr. Zhua. Reacting to this question without enthusiasm, the young man asked if they knew each other. According to everyone present, Zhuo Bufang really confessed, because as soon as he saw Director Ho, he didn't even get up from his seat to say hello. Yao watched everything that was happening, and could not believe that Ho was addressing Zhuo so politely, as if they were friends. The guest admitted that important people are often forgetful, and said that he is Jiang Bei's secretary. His name is Ho Shinqiu. The friendly gentleman admitted that he would like to raise a glass to the main character and his well-being. None of the people present could truly believe that such an ordinary guy had not become so cool in a short time. After which, the young man told the man that he could go, and he bowed his head and said that he was saying goodbye. Director Yao felt very awkward because he wanted to improve his reputation, and Zhuo Bufang ruined everything for him. Former classmates realized that it seems they were all wrong about the hero, and it turns out that the Phoenix Lord cottage is also true. One of the girls exclaimed that her husband should not worry, because Brother Wang should return soon, and he was sure that Ziqin had married a loser. The blonde even remembered that she had previously heard that because of Zhuo Bufang, the lady abandoned Brother Wang, and now he is very famous in the martial arts union. Some time later, events continued to occur at the entrance to the club. The protagonist's beloved asked to wait a little, because she needed to pick up her car. The heroine's friend told the young man that she would like to talk to him, and the boy did not mind. The girl really didn't know where he could have gotten the club's web card from, and didn't understand why the secretary decided to drink to him, but she knew that Ziqin didn't like him at all. In fact, The guy was not at all interested in this, and he did not see anything special in it, but the friend insisted that the girl should have the partner she loves. The hero nevertheless admitted that he had indeed previously broken his wife's heart and disappointed her many times, but now everything had changed. After thinking a little, the young man realized that he would never offend his wife again, and would make sure that everyone would admire her as the emperor's daughter. This self-confidence was indeed unusual. The interlocutor was even surprised, because she did not expect that a loser in the past would talk about such ambitious things. Soon the beloved drove the car and they could go home. A little embarrassed, the lady asked her husband to stop talking, and he immediately said goodbye to his girlfriend. Some time later, Zichin found herself at home and decided to look at the gift that her husband had previously left her. The girl was really interested in whether her lover really had any secrets that he wanted to tell her. Feeling very interested in the gift, the girl went on a short trip to inspect her new mansion. After a long journey, she came to the site of the Phoenix Lord cottage. The security guard immediately stopped the woman, saying that she was not allowed to come here. Realizing that there were security present, the lady took out her keys and said that she had just become the owner here. Because of these keys, the guard was a little confused, and a young man approached him and asked what was the matter. The excited man muttered that this girl was the owner of the Phoenix Lord. The reaction from the second man was also immediate. He was probably surprised because he did not expect that such a young girl could have such an expensive house. Bowing his head, the stranger immediately apologized to the lady and said that they were not notified in time about the new owner. Seeing this behavior on the part of the boss, the guard told him that if this girl really is the owner of the Phoenix Lord, then in any case she should not be treated with such ceremony, but the man explained that Chu Tian had previously bought the plot, after which he gave it to an important person. Until recently, the girl did not believe that she would own such an expensive house. The location she had just entered was simply gorgeous. She couldn't believe her eyes. Looking at all the luxury items around her, the girl thought for the first time that her husband really hadn't lied. A week later, events continued to occur in the university dormitory. For the main character, it was a week of hard work, and it actually produced some results, which was not bad. Returning to the men's dormitory room, the neighbors were really excited to see their comrade, and immediately decided to find out if there would be any instructions from him. The boy just wanted to take a shower for a moment, and asked his comrades to tell him what had happened at the university lately. They immediately realized that their brother was not at the university, and probably still did not know that he had begun to be considered a good groom here. This immediately confused the young man, and he decided to find out why someone considered him a good groom. It turned out that now the whole university is only talking about their relationship with Long Gyue, and the girl also came into the room several times to see the young man, and her friends also admired her. One of the friends also said that the guy was not at the university for a whole week, so their supervisor was looking for him. At that same second, the woman opened the door and exclaimed for Zhuo Bufang to immediately come out to her and talk. This incident caused concern among the comrades, as they realized that now their neighbor would have problems. Only the main character was not embarrassed at all, and immediately decided to find out if someone was really looking for trouble again. Coming out of the shower without pants, the young man did not even suspect who exactly had come to him. Realizing that the curator was now standing in front of him, Fan was simply shocked and froze in fear. The sight made the teacher nervous, and I didn't even know how to do it react by simply watching the guy. Closed his eyes, the woman began to scream, "Fan is a fool, and he should get dressed immediately." The frightened young man ordered his friends not to stand still, because they were two brainless scoundrels and they urgently needed help finding clothes. Friends immediately began to help, and were ready to do everything possible to save their comrade. Fortunately, after a few minutes the clothes were found, and Fan asked your curator next time when she will come to men's hostel, she shouldn't forget knock. The polite woman admitted that she is a teacher, and for her all students are like children. But absolutely everyone understood that the teacher looked very young, as if she had just graduated from university. The curator did not like these assumptions, and she immediately ordered the two roommates to get out of there. The frightened guys immediately began to run away, and the main character realized that they had acted somehow unfriendly. Pointing her finger at the young man, the woman asked him if he was going to study, since he had not been at the university for a whole week. She heard that the boy really wanted to study, but then she immediately asked a second question regarding why he didn't go to classes. "I feel awkward." Fan began to make excuses, saying that he had business. The woman began to scream and order the student to look at himself and his attitude toward studying. If he continues in the same spirit, she will turn to his parents. But this really made the guy nervous, because if his mother found out that he was skipping classes, she would not be happy. Laughing, the curator saw that the guy was really starting to worry, and would not want his parents to be told about it. Still, the young man gave up the slack and said that if the teacher needed at least some help, he would do everything possible. This was good news for the woman, and she said that next week was their university's anniversary, and their group had to prepare a performance, so there would be a task for it. This role really surprised the guy, and he asked again if he really needed to prepare a number for the performance. "I understand that I can't allow a bad conversation with my parents," but he still agreed. The curator decided to encourage the park and said that he could demonstrate martial arts or perform a dance. The guy was only upset by this, because he understood that such performances were not at all prestigious. The protagonist's friends also admitted that no one from their group wanted to participate in this event, so the curator decided to force him. Still, Fan agreed and was going to go to class, but also asked their friends that if will some news to him reported. Not far from the exit from the university there was a girl who had been waiting for her brother for quite a long time. It was a Tuntong. The main character really didn't expect to see her here. A little embarrassed, the girl admitted that she was specifically looking for a guy. This statement even surprised the young man, and he decided to find out what had happened. The worried girl said that recently everyone at the university has been saying that Long Gyue is his girlfriend, and his friend decided to find out if this is true. According to the guy, this was not possible, since everyone was highly rated Gyue and he cannot suit her. Suddenly, the same culprit of the rumors arrived in an expensive sports car and asked Fan not to make fun of people. Confused by the girl's presence, the interlocutor began to leave, saying that it would be better for them to talk in private. In fact, the main character believed that in this life no one except his wife could make his heart beat. Arriving at the hostel, Long Gyue admitted that she had been waiting for the guy for several days and wanted to find out where he had disappeared to. The presence of the girl reacted negatively and said that she had no need to look for him. Grabbing the main character's hand, the girl admitted that her grandfather did not know that he was a martial arts master, which is why he should not be so cowardly. A large number of people gathered around the couple, and they all understood that it was not for nothing that this guy was considered a good groom, because many girls liked him. The interlocutor literally began to beg the young man to agree again, because if he later had any problems, her grandfather would definitely help. The surrounding guys understood that this girl usually puts herself above everyone else, and who would have thought that she would behave like that with Zhuobu Fan Om. "I'll come closer." Long Gyue admitted that her grandfather holds a high position in the martial arts union, he has strong connections, and he can handle any matter. After thinking for a while, the boy suggested that Chu Tian would probably not be able to collect all the medicinal materials and raw materials. Thus, the young man nevertheless agreed, because he understood that this was an excellent opportunity for cooperation. Meanwhile, events took place in front of the entrance to Long Cottage. The elderly men discussed among themselves that Zhuobu Fang, he had a bright future ahead of him, and Love would want to make friends with him. At that very second, the main character had already arrived in the car in which he was brought, and was ready to cooperate. Mr. Lon was very glad that the young man had arrived to him, and everyone was ready for his arrival, and even made tea. Old friends even quarreled over tea, because they could not decide who exactly would brew it. It really looked funny, which is why even Long Gyue laughed. The boy turned to the gentleman and said that now he did not have enough medicine, and for now there was only one tablet that he could give away. Seeing this pill, the influential man immediately assumed that this was the very effective miracle medicine that could cure him. In fact, in order to be completely cured, you need to take a few more of these pills. Luan immediately thanked the gentleman for his kindness, but the boy asked not to be so grateful, because it is better to take the medicine as soon as possible. The longer it is exposed to air, the more it loses its healing properties. Without hesitation, the elderly man took the medicine, because he understood that he simply had no other choice. After taking the miracle drug, an inexplicable energy somehow appeared in the man's body, and he began to feel much better. All the people nearby immediately realized that this medicine concentrated a lot of power. This medicine was simply magical, no one had ever seen anything like it in their life, or even heard of it. A magical aura literally surrounded the owner of the estate, and he absorbed the magical properties of the pills and, turning to the gentleman, the young man asked him to bring the book he used to train in order to see what exercises could prevent the return of the disease. Looking at his granddaughter, the man immediately asked her to bring the book he was using to train. Zhuo was unlikely to like me. Bowing before the great master, the master thanked him, as he appreciated his kindness to the family. If he ever needed anything, the old man would do his best to fulfill the request. After thanking his patient, the young man still said that he had one request that needed to be fulfilled. As it turns out, the guy needs some raw materials for a medicine that cannot be found in ordinary places. Looking at the scroll with the name of the medicine, the owner of the estate immediately said that he would make every effort to help the master find everything he needed. Long Gyue had already brought the book and said that it was very rare. Having taken this book, the hero was immediately skeptical about it, but decided to study it in order to understand what techniques were present there. In just a few seconds, the guy literally read several pages at a tremendous speed, and in 1 minute, half of the book had already been read. The man sitting nearby could not believe that this Zhuo Bufang has such a fast reading technique, and it is simply incredible. The girl also thought that the young man does not look like a martial artist at all, he looks so strange, this makes people mistake him. After studying the book, the hero asked to give him a pencil in order to highlight the necessary exercise. Without hesitation, the guy began crossing out entries in the book because they were incorrect. The act really upset the lady, since the book was a family heirloom and was very valuable, but Lung asked her to stop. The book was indeed quite interesting, but training will be necessary following the fan correction, since it will be much healthier. Thanks to your cooperation, the elderly man will really become much healthier, because the necessary exercises written in the book will help him. Think a little. Long Gyue still expressed bewilderment and then said that one cannot just take and correct such a rare book. The statements did not bother the guy at all, and he simply asked the gentleman to try these exercises, and he himself would understand everything. Soon after this, the man began to practice the exercises that were highlighted in the book. After several exercises, the man admitted that after he did them, he felt a surge of strength, and no discomfort as before. The bald man was also shocked, and could not even imagine that an ordinary guy could correct such a rare book. Laughing, Long admitted that Master Zhuo had just given the 7 of them an unspeakable gift. Bowing before the young master, the old man again said that his family would definitely thank the guy for his kindness. Also explained to his granddaughter that Zhuo had just corrected their family book, and now the family's strength would become even greater. Comrade Luna admitted that the master's martial skills had already reached perfection, his healing arts were outstanding, and he did not know whether he could offer him to join the martial arts union. The proposal actually turned out to be quite a pleasant surprise, but the main character exclaimed that he did not want to enter into any alliances. This was sad news, but everyone was happy because they were able to get such a unique book literally for nothing. The smart guy suggested to the gentleman Gu also corrected his training methods, which was a great suggestion. But in return for the hero, you will need medicinal raw materials and some materials. For the man this was not a problem, since he had connections no worse than old Luna, and he would certainly will make every effort to help to the master get at this medicinal raw materials. In this situation, only the girl was indignant, since all this was necessary for the benefit of both sides. Some time later, events continued to occur at the university. Long Gyue took the guy to the university and promised that she somehow invite him to lunch. In the evening, events continued to take place in the festive hall, where a celebration took place in honor of the university's anniversary Jinling. The curator immediately noticed the unborn student and wanted to understand where exactly Fan was. The young man was a little confused, and did not even know how to answer this, since he was busy with other things. But the teacher was not satisfied with the excuses at all, because the holiday was about to begin. Because of this, the young man was confused, because he did not even know that the holiday would already take place today. This behavior on the part of the guy incredibly angered the curator, and she started screaming that he had pissed her off. Looking at everything that was happening, the people present could not believe that someone could anger the teacher so much. The teacher's competitor was standing nearby, and she immediately noticed that only one person from their group would show the number, and such a sloppy one at that. But the curator didn't see anything special in this, because it's not quantity that's important, but quality, and they're all given in droves by one person. The ridicule continued, and the competitor claimed that the teacher was simply paranoid, not to mention the fact that her student looked ugly. He was also dressed haphazardly, which is why he should not be allowed on stage. My sister was not far away Tunton, which was very glad to see brother what saved her earlier. The teacher continued to defend his student, saying that one should not brag like that, and if the competitor is so brave, then they can make a bet to see whose group number will be better, and if she loses, she will not argue anymore. The impudent teacher was not against it, because Yen recently bought a Louis handbag Vuitton, and if she loses, then will give away her. Only in the opinion of the curator, only competitors need to be feared in this situation, and Yen nothing lose. As soon as the enemies left, the woman bowed her head and realized that things were really bad for her. The woman was really confused because she had given in to her emotions, and this time she would definitely lose, and this Louis Vuitton handbag cost 2 of her monthly salaries. The caring student decided to ask the teacher if she was okay, because her condition worried him. Arriving inwardly, the teacher exclaimed that she was fine, she was studying to go and prepare for the performance, and there was no need to worry. The main character realized that the teacher knew perfectly well that he would not win, but he still made a bet. It seems that today he cannot be disappointed. In order to prepare for the performance, the boy went into the dressing room, and there he was immediately greeted by Tunton. As it turned out, she didn't dare say hello to the guy in the presence of the teacher because she was afraid. Fan immediately appreciated the girl's appearance, and hit her on the head, saying that she very beautiful. Meanwhile, another guy came up, who immediately recognized the main character, and exclaimed his name. Tuntong said that this her classmate and his name is Song Zhe In Liang. The friendly guy immediately extended his hand to say hello and said that Zhuo Bufang is extraordinary, and it is a good name. Fan also appreciated the name of his new friend, but Sun thought that he would now crush Fan's hand in order to show his superiority over Tuntong. The new comrade really shook hands very hard, but the young man did not show it at all. Tunton immediately noticed that her comrades for some reason were shaking each other's hands for a very long time. Laughing, the hero exclaimed that in his opinion brother Song was indeed very fair. After shaking hands for such a long time, the guy's hand was very red and hurt because Fan's handshake was very strong. It was at that moment that Sun realized that it was impossible to be a rival with Fan, since he was very strong. At the same time, the young man understood that the performance was about to begin, and it was necessary to prepare for it as soon as possible. Fortunately, my friend happily agreed to help my brother clean up, while the other girl agreed to help brother Sun also get ready, although he really wanted Tuntong to help him. The guy immediately became very angry and exclaimed that they should leave him alone, because he wanted it to be helped by him, Tunton, and agreed to wait for her. A member of another group decided that she would set up Zhang, and remove the background music so that his performance would fail. Some time later, events continued to occur at the university celebration, and it had already begun. The rector of the university and other influential people were sitting in seats near the stage, and were very happy that the graduation ceremony would soon begin. As it turned out, one of the guests was the head of the union, and held the highest position in the Union of Martial Arts. The man had previously also studied here, and could not help but return to his native university. Watching the performance, the audience was looking forward to an interesting performance. The main character also watched everything that was happening, and realized that Tun probably had some problems. It turned out that the arrogant guy did not want to download the girl's music, and in order for him to do this, he demanded that he be kissed. Because of this, Tunton began to cry, since the scoundrel was literally a shameless person, and did not give her the opportunity to speak. According to the guy, the girl was constantly playing hard to get. No one knows how many guys she allowed to hug her, so kissing him was a reward. Only the main character did not appreciate such an act, and hit the insolent person with all his might, punishing him in this way. Zhuo Bufang ordered the scoundrel to apologize because he believed that he owed it to Tong Tong. I am experiencing severe pain after the blow. The guy did not understand who beat him, because he is quite an influential person at this university. Man didn't care at all about this, and he decided to show who was in charge here. After several minutes of a good fight, the scoundrel finally apologized and asked Tunton of forgiveness. The upset girl also needed to upload a negative track in order for her to perform. It turned out that this would no longer be possible, since the musical accompaniment was removed Lu Qingshu, and it takes at least 2 hours to reload it. Having started to cry, the lady did not understand what to do, since we were inviting her to the stage next Zhang Tunton with his song. Looking around, the hero discovered that there was a piano nearby, and this was the only way out of this situation. Ask the girl to calm down. The young man asked her to give the notes of her song, so they could perform together. The father should have been watching the performance, Tunton with her sister. The curator of another group knew that Tuntong has no musical accompaniment, and wanted to see what she would do now. As if nothing had happened, the girl went on stage, and a piano was placed not far from her. The smart student greeted all the spectators and introduced herself, saying that she was about to perform. Many guys were shocked by the beauty of the girl and immediately wanted to know which group she was from. Also, Tunton asked to introduce her accomplice to the performance with the same warm applause. This really was a surprise for the girl, since she did not expect that they would perform as a couple. All the spectators instantly realized that Zhuo Bufang would also be performing now, which was indeed a surprise. A lot of people couldn't understand why this guy came out with Tunton. It's not clear whether this is the number that he wanted to demonstrate. Even for the curator of the group, it was a surprise that the young man could play the piano. Before that, he had clearly told her that he was going to recite poetry. For the uncle and Tuntong, because after that he wanted to talk to her father and find out why he allows his daughter to communicate with such people. She even understood that this guy was doing everything to look cool in front of her younger sister, but he would soon disgrace himself. Wang also watched the performance and realized that Zhuo Bufang was becoming more and more impudent every day. Suddenly, a man with glasses came up and the young man said that someone had returned, and this was unexpected news. Thus, the guy had urgent business and needed to leave. This made his girlfriend a little upset, because she did not expect her boyfriend to leave so abruptly. The performance began, and those present near the stage also watched it. In love with Tuntong, the boy didn't understand why Fan went with her, and the girl suggested that Tong must have gotten lost in the musical accompaniment, and she caught herself at the last moment and asked Fan, but she was afraid that this loser had never seen a piano before, and he would soon disgrace himself. Watching this performance, the young man wanted to do Zhuo Bufan is a laughing stock today. Before the speech, the main character decided to ask his colleague if she was ready to start. A few seconds later, the performance began, and thanks to everyone's efforts, it was about to be successful. We performed together with the girl, and it was truly an unimaginable melody that the two of them created. The audience began to rejoice. They really liked this performance, because the talent of these young musicians was visible. Looking at the performance, the curator was shocked because she did not expect that Fan could play the piano so well. This came as a surprise to absolutely everyone, since no one understood why this loser could play the piano. The performance itself was quite short, but thanks to it they made a good impression on the audience. After the speech, the young man asked his old friend to help him with one matter. The beaten boy happily agreed, because he understood that if he refused, he would be beaten again. In order to fulfill the request, the guy needed to deploy a screen for the projector on stage. Other participants in the performance did not understand why the projector on stage was turned around. What happened next surprised absolutely everyone, because it turns out Lu Qingshu deliberately removed the musical accompaniment of Tong Tong, and Fan saved her performance, and absolutely everyone saw this, since the correspondence was displayed on the screen. Looking at the screen, Qingshu was simply in shock, and she did not understand how this was even possible. From everything that was happening, the lady simply stood rooted to the spot and looked at the screen. Just a second, some people came and turned to Qingshu, saying that she disgraced their university, because she was going to disrupt the celebration, loved their universities, and her behavior was terrible. On behalf of the educational department, he reported that she was expelled. Having fallen to the floor, the poor girl could not believe that this happened to her, because previously she was one of the best students. Thus, the training department applied to Qingshu the death penalty. If this is entered into her personal file, then she will not be able to enter the public service, and will also not be able to be an employee of the martial arts union or hold similar positions. Realizing that the punishment was too cruel, the girl began to apologize and admitted that she had made a mistake and asked to give her another chance. The educational department nevertheless decided that if the girl received forgiveness from the opposite side, they would be able to mitigate the punishment. Sitting on the floor, the lady realized that she would need to ask for forgiveness from Tunton. After thinking a little, she decided that such a stain should not remain on her personal file, otherwise she would not be able to become a civil servant. Rising from the floor, the girl sincerely hoped that Tuntong will be smart enough, and all she needs to say is a few phrases to settle this matter. After the performance, all the students were gathered, and they discussed the events and the performance that was taking place. The main character decided to warn the girl that Qing Shu will definitely come to ask her for help, and Tong Tong should not talk to her for a long time, and it is not necessary to agree. Teammate praised him and said that he really showed excellent skill today. Fan's ex-girlfriend at that moment could only think that she regretted that they had broken up earlier. I turned to my teacher. The young man decided to ask her if she minded that he did not recite poetry, but replaced it with playing the piano. The woman really didn't mind, because she had just talked to the jury members, and his level of playing the piano is very high, which is why the number should definitely take first place. Also tonight, each group curator will choose 2 people to participate in the evening bank, and Fan was the first to be chosen. This news surprised the boy a little, since he did not know that some kind of evening banquet would be held. There will be many former students who have become famous in the business community at this banquet. If you enter the circle in advance, brilliant prospects will open up for the student, and some even said that the head of the martial arts union will also come today. How did the guy realize that it turned out to be just a dinner where many important personalities would gather? But this conclusion did not suit the curator at all, since many parents asked her to recommend their children to participate in the evening banquet. Reporters also arrived to interview the competition winners. One of the reporters found out that Fan saved the performance today, and he heard that the jury members were saying that he could get first place for his act. The main character was a little confused because he had never given an interview for television. At the same time, the person responsible for the incident at the event approached Tunton, turned to her. The slightly alarmed girl was deprived of finding out from Qing Shu what is she doing here. As it turned out, the scoundrel came to apologize and said that she didn't do all this on purpose, and Tunton exclaimed that it was nothing. It's okay because Qing Shu has already been punished properly. For the interlocutor, this statement was truly offensive. She again wanted to address the girl. The young man decided to stand up for the girl and exclaimed that there was no point in talking to her to a man who wanted to set her up. People immediately realized that this was the same girl, and began to talk among themselves about how she not only broke the rules, but also had the audacity to come here. Fan began shouting to all the guests to look at this girl, because if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish himself so much today, so he should interview her. Only Qin Shu I didn't expect that she would be asked 3 whole questions regarding the fact that it was he who wanted to frame the girl, that it was she who wanted to frame Fan, and whether she felt regret. Reporters immediately began to pounce on the girl in order to ask these questions, since it was a sensation. Starting to cry, the rule breaker began to leave and covered her face, asking her not to take pictures. This time, things are going. Qingshu was indeed bad because she was unscrupulous and thought of harming others. What happened to my ex-girlfriend Tunton even became sad because she felt sorry for her. The teacher approached the winner and exclaimed that she was a student of their group, and how dare she perform with a student from another group, because this could be considered a disgrace. Bowing her head, the student admitted that her musical accompaniment had been removed. But according to her supervisor, no matter how many disagreements they have, these are all internal disagreements, and there is no point in involving an outsider, which is why the woman believed that Tunton should no longer remain in the group. Hearing this dialogue, the protagonist's curator realized that the teacher Lu is very hot-tempered and this should not be done. The women also decided to remind about the dispute, because if Lu loses, then she should no longer be seen by the curator. The woman believed that Fong and Tong Tong competed together in this competition, so there was no way she could lose. The smart teacher reminded that Lu just said that Tong Tong had no reason to stay in their group, and she didn't need a student like that. Having accepted her defeat, the women agreed with all her might, but said that she would take revenge. Some time later, events continued to occur near the building where the event took place. Tong Tong admitted that it was great that Fan was also participating in the evening banquet, since she could just introduce him to her parents, but the hero thought that it would be better for him not to meet her parents. This was surprising for the girl, and she did not understand why the young man decided this, because he saved her then, and her parents want to thank him personally. A few minutes later, events were already taking place at the evening banquet, where the couple entered the hall. Sister Tong Tong didn't understand why she was still with Shuo Bufang. Feeling awkward, the girl exclaimed that her brother saved her and her mom and dad wanted to thank him. The sister continued to argue that one should not be mistaken about Fan, because he is just an ordinary guy who is not capable of anything, but Tunton began to shout that he saved her, and the rest is not interesting. As it turned out, parents also believed that Zhuobu Fan Wu should stay away from their daughter, since he is clearly not worthy of her. The angry girl asked her brother not to pay attention to them, and they were going to leave from here. Parents also believed that their Xiaoyu has a better understanding of which guys she should talk to and which guys she shouldn't. Nevertheless, the girl decided to approach her parents and turn to them to say something. When he returned, his father saw that this guy was the savior. The young man was really glad to meet him, and the man remembered that it was he who saved his daughter, and unfortunately they were not able to thank him earlier. Fortunately, the hero did not see anything wrong with this, and believed that there was no need to worry about it. The girls decided to ask the hero what he plans to do next after graduating from university. Feeling awkward, the boy said that he had not yet thought that far ahead, and would figure it out as life went on. According to the girl's parents, it is better for the young man to make plans in advance. Perhaps he will want to enter the martial arts union or do business, but as it turned out, the boy did not want to join the martial arts union. Fan saw that Tongtong's father was a good person, and he did not look down on him at all, and unexpectedly decided to even help him, but soon decided to take his daughter away for a while to introduce her to several people. Hearing such a request, the young man immediately agreed and said that he would no longer bother them. Everyone immediately noticed that Fan was indeed very polite, although he was not from high society, and the man was convinced that he had to convince the hero to join the martial arts union, and then if their Tuntong was with him, no one would blame her. These words came as a surprise to the girl and confused her, since her parents believed that she and Fan would make a good couple. This made the parents laugh quite a lot, because when a girl grows up, she needs to get married, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that it was necessary to choose a time to later explain himself to Tunton. You can't fool a girl's head. The food at the event was very tasty, and the hungry boy immediately began to devour it. The arrogant guy behind exclaimed that he was a hillbilly. Even when he came to such a place, he was not trying to make acquaintance with anyone, but just wanted to eat. Not far from Zhenlan I stood Sun Bingchen and noticed that this was the same Fan that the interlocutor had previously spoken about. This was exactly the case, and the guy was very angry because the hero stole from him Tunton. Sun, turning to the hero, exclaimed that he didn't want to see him together with him tomorrow Tunton as it belongs only to his son. Such statements angered the main character, and he shouted that he did not understand what had just been said. Zhenlan also convinced the young man that he shouldn't be impudent as long as they treated him kindly, because he was no match for them at all, so there was no point in holding vain hopes. Us heard in this conversation, Tunton immediately stood up for her savior, and was unhappy that they were talking to him like that. The girls also addressed Zhenlan, and said that he should not pay attention to who his daughter communicates with. The impudent guy's father exclaimed that they should not interfere in the affairs of young people, and he heard that their company was going to explore Africa, and perhaps he would want to go there. Such a proposal made the man nervous, but his wife calmed him down, asking him not to give in to emotions, since Sun was his boss. The uncle also asked the director not to stoop to an argument with his brother, and let him take a better look at their Xiaoyu. They are the same age Shenlan, and the parents will be very grateful if they pay attention to her. Bowing her head, the girl decided to greet Uncle Sun. The arrogant man explained that the girl was not at all interested in his son. However, it was the director himself who was interested in the young girl, since he really liked her. Unfortunately, the girl's father was not happy with this, but he understood that he could not argue with such a decision. Looking at his ward, the man asked if he minded. Confused, the father did not even know what to answer, but his wife exclaimed that the gentleman needed to do as he saw fit. The director understood that his interlocutor was truly a reliable person, but his younger brother did not understand either the good or the bad, and sooner or later he would get into trouble. Angry father Tong Tong didn't understand how his brother could be so unprincipled, because Xiaoyu was his daughter, and he shouldn't throw her into the mouth of this tiger. The influential man did not like such statements very much, and he understood that Zhang shouldn't think he's so tough, because he doesn't dare talk to the director like that, and he's probably eager to get to Africa. Feeling very dissatisfied and uncomfortable, the girl turned to her father for the last time, but he told her that she should go with Director Song, and then she would not need anything. The older brother did not understand how a man could push his daughter into a hole himself and give it to such a scoundrel. From these statements the wife began to be indignant, saying that Jinlan doesn't like Xiaoyu, but his father liked her, and in the end she will still join the Song family. The parents only thought about the benefits, because when their daughter enters the family, she will not have to need anything, but the loser Zhuo Bufang will be a beggar all her life. According to the older brother, this whole situation was simply absolute, since it was impossible to do this to your daughter. The man also decided to explain to Fan that he shouldn't take this to heart, since the children should decide for themselves how to live, and their parents would not interfere with them, but the wife was worried that the boss might send them to Africa. I try to reassure my wife, the man explained that this will not happen, since none of this matters. Meanwhile, Union leader Jiang arrived. This man was the leader of the martial arts union in the city, and everyone wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Seeing this man, the parents realized that it might be worth talking to him, because perhaps he would solve their problem. The younger brother began to talk to the influential man, because he had heard that he was on good terms with Union leader Jiang, and as it turned out, he was leader Jiang's confidant. He should soon receive a promotion, and then he would advance in his career. Everyone was very grateful to Director Song for his patronage, as he could solve any problem. At that time, the young man thought that when the time came, he would certainly get Zhang Tunten, and at the same time destroy the main character. Many people were indeed very happy to see the leader of the union, and knelt in front of him to say hello. Entrepreneurs began to hand out their business cards in order to meet an influential person, and he paid attention to them. At that same second, the man looked around, and seemed to see someone who attracted his attention. The official began to gradually approach the main character, where he stood with his parents and Tunten. The alarmed employees of the corporation did not understand what was happening and why the director was coming to them. As it turned out, the head of the union came precisely to Mr. Zhua, and bowed before him in recognition. This event was shocking for absolutely everyone, since no one expected that the head of the union would suddenly decide to say hello to some student. This turn of events really came as a surprise, since previously everyone thought Zhuo Bufan is literally a beggar. The influential man was very happy to meet Mr. Zhua, because they haven't seen each other for a very long time. Still, the gentleman was interested in what exactly the main character was doing here. The boy decided to tell him that he came here to relax with his friends, but encountered some difficulties. Hearing about the difficulties, the comrade immediately decided to ask what was the matter. Pointing his finger at the scoundrels, the young man explained that these two guys decided to send his friend's father to do hard work in Africa, in a branch of the Union of Martial Arts Enterprise. These difficulties immediately displeased the official, and he decided to find out if this was true. What questions caused concern among the perpetrators, and they began to get nervous because they did not know how to answer this. Seeing a man nearby, the director immediately asked if this gentleman was the father of his girlfriend. Starting to get nervous, the elderly man introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhang Binji, and he had already met with the leader of the Jiao Union once. Seeing the business card, the official immediately realized that this man was also an employee of the trading company of the Union of Martial Arts. This event caused even more excitement among the crowd, since no one could believe that such an influential person would take a business card from an ordinary worker. Upon hearing about this problem, the official promised that he would handle the matter himself and asked for forgiveness for the incident. Turning to Song Bingcheng, Zhao exclaimed that if he suddenly decided that Africa does not have enough workers, then he will have to fly there at 2 a.m. on another plane, which is why he needs to pack his bags as quickly as possible to fly. This made the man become even more nervous, and with the last of his strength he exclaimed that he is the head of the Martial Arts Union, and is now responsible for a large number of cases. According to the official, a worthy replacement would be Mr. Zhang Bignet, so that the former leader of the union can safely go to Africa. Turning to the young man, Zhao decided to ask whether he was satisfied with this outcome of the matter. The main character only modestly said that, in general, he didn't care. The friend's father also agreed and happily accepted such a generous offer. Jiao did all this because they needed several private people who would be responsible for trading activities, and thanks to the recommendation of Mr. Zhua, he found a trustworthy person, but Fang sincerely believed that the official should leave, because while he was here, no one will be able to rest in peace. Feeling a little awkward, the man admitted that this was indeed the case and got ready to leave so that the others could rest. A crowd of people started chanting, "I don't understand what's happening," because Zhuo Bufang somehow forced Jiao to leave. Tuntong decided to ask the boy if he really knew Jiang Bea, and he said that he knew a little about medicine and helped his teacher, which is why they now know each other. Just looking at this guy, no one would have thought that he only knew a little about medicine. Meanwhile, the shameless family was discussing what to do, because now they did not have the opportunity to become relatives of influential people. Thus, the father ordered his daughter to go to Fan and try to build a family with him. Feeling ashamed, the girl admitted that they were enemies with Zhuo Bufan Om, and in general, she recently insulted him. The father couldn't understand why his daughter was so arrogant. If they tried to kidnap their daughter back then, it would be really good. At the same time, the impudent man began to approach Bingfu, saying that he has a small matter with him. But this did not make the man happy at all, and he slapped the scoundrel in the face and then told him not to make too many friends, since he insulted Zhuo Bufang and he should leave here, and there is no point in causing trouble. This really made the man very angry, but he understood that Bingfu is right, and they will not be able to find a way out of this situation quickly. All this very upset the official, who had spent half his life striving for this position, but lost it the same day. The family was at a loss, and they were already preparing to go pack their bags to go to Africa. They also could not help but go, since the character of the leader of the union, Jiang, was very formidable and strict, which is why no one could disobey his order. It was at that moment that all people realized how much Bufang is influential, because with one phrase everything changed. Other owners and employees of the company began to approach the young man in order to gain his friendship. Some even began to fight among themselves because they could not decide among themselves who would come first. At that time, the main character decided to run away, saying that his wife was calling him to return home to wash his clothes. Meanwhile, events continued to occur in a club called the Brave Man from Qinzhou, namely in the Peony Gazebo office. Many beautiful girls surrounded the bandits, who were very happy that they were popular. Enemy at that moment thought only that if it had not been for the argument with this Zhuo Bufan, he would not have invited this nonentity to such a club. He called the bandit who drank wine with him in this expensive club a nonentity. The bastard's name was Shui Dao and he helped Jin Shizai to return to the country. The Koreans really knew a lot about beautiful girls, which is why the bandit also learned a lot there. If he takes on the task of bringing a person from abroad, then for him it's easy. Wang realized that Jin Shizai is a black belt in Taekwondo, and he will have no problems with Zhuo Bufang. One of the guards arrived to tell brother Wang that Jin had arrived. Chasey, the formidable man, was very glad to see his old comrade and immediately greeted him. From happiness, Jin hugged the guy with all his might as he helped him return from another country. This time, Ven asked his comrade to get down to business, and asked if he was sure that he understood what he was asking him to do. But the man didn't care at all about this, because he immediately began to pester the girls. In this country they were very beautiful. The calm young man asked Jean Chasey should talk about business first before pestering the girls. The menacing man asked the guy if he was really asking to defeat a man with a black belt under Tech XV Ondu. This was indeed the case, and Wang also promised that if Jean Chasey settles this matter, then the account will be transferred to him 200,000. The proposal immediately made the man leave the girl behind, and he decided to get down to business as soon as possible, since he needed the money. As soon as Jean Chase can handle Fan, except for 200,000, these beauties will also belong to him. The determined bandit promised that he would definitely help in such a difficult situation for a generous reward. This did not suit the other bandit very much, since for 200,000 to deal with one person this is a very generous payment, and if he had known about this earlier, he would have dealt with him himself. The comrade immediately decided to ask brother Tsa Wang, was it really worth looking for a foreigner to deal with such an insignificant boy? That is why he suggested that the guy give him 200,000, and then he would help in this matter. Because his name is Shui Dao, he can settle any matter, and it's not for nothing that he eats bread, so you shouldn't mess with foreigners, because they are very greedy. Jin Chasei immediately became angry when he heard this, but Shui Dao did not back down. He said that he was just talking about him. They are all disgusting and foreigners are losers who are good only in words. The determined foreigner began to attack and shouted that he would now kill his opponent. The blow really turned out to be so strong that Dao flew several tens of meters to the side and hit the wall, thereby partially destroying it. Looking at everything that was happening, the girls nearby began to get nervous, because they thought that they too might get hurt. Proud Jin Chasei now considered himself the most powerful person in this city, since he was the one chosen to carry out the mission. Watching this fight, Wang was sure that the foreigner would destroy Zhuo Bufang, and if he wanted to come to their country, he would always provide him with a good reception. Some time later, events continued to occur at Cottage 7 and E. Arriving home, the young man began to complain to his wife, saying that the people at the banquet were very annoying. Seeing the charming girl, the hero was immediately surprised that she was still awake. I feel a little awkward. Fan understood that his wife looked like something was wrong. Then the girl said that recently many large companies suddenly wanted to cooperate with her company, and the amulet that Fan gave saved her. The key to the cottage also turned out to be real, which is why the wife wanted to know how Fan did all this in the end. Feeling very awkward, the young man thought how he could find an excuse, because if he told him now Ziqin, who is a celestial being, is afraid that she will consider him crazy. Looking intently at the young man, the girl repeated her question and asked why he was silent. Fan nevertheless began to justify himself, saying that the amulet was given to him by one master, and Chu Tian gave him the cottage. But the wife understood that Chu Tian was not such a kind person. He probably gave him the cottage, which means that she wanted to get something more from him, and Ziqin was against such a gift and asked to return the key. Although they were not real spouses, they are still friends, and Ziqin begged him to listen to her, saying that it was not worth measuring his strength with Chu Tian. Was it in Fan's mind that now the most important task was to produce the elixir as quickly as possible in order to regain his true strength? Events continued to happen the next morning. The main character was sleeping in his bed, but suddenly his phone rang. It turned out that it was a friend Yesuan, who for some reason called so early. In fact, he called because his cousin has a martial arts center in the city, and they don't teach ancient martial arts, and this will be the next thing to look at. The young man immediately began to get ready. Since ancient martial arts are impressive, such a base provides great advantages, and he just wants to understand it. While I was putting on my clothes, the guy asked me to send him the address because he was going to come right away. A few hours later, events continued to take place at the martial arts center called Dragon and Tiger. Yeshuan decided to introduce my friend to a girl named Yin Yi, and his good friend named Chen Hu. The new comrades immediately began to be indignant, because they thought that it would be a girl or some senior student. Feeling awkward, the comrade began to feel uncomfortable, and immediately apologized to Bufan for his friends. The guy didn't care at all at that moment, since they were going to the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, and he wanted to head there as soon as possible. The friend happily agreed with Fan, and they decided to head inside the establishment. Entering the territory of the Martial Arts Center, you could immediately see how many people were training. Nearby, she noticed that her little sister had arrived quite late. Young woman Yesuan, I introduced my sister to the friends I just came here with. Looking at her new comrades, the girl suddenly saw that one of the guys turned out to be quite familiar. Without showing it, Chen Min remained silent and asked her guests to go inside the building. The main character understood that Ziqin doesn't want other people to know about her relationship with the fan, and she was going to pretend that she didn't know him and hoped that he would pay attention. According to one of my comrades, ancient martial arts existed in chivalric romances, but now it's just window dressing. Having heard the opinion of one of those present, the martial artists did not understand what he was talking about, and wanted to find out who this man was and why he was so arrogant. The scoundrel continued to claim that standing in a handstand all day long was not even close to comparable to foreign martial arts without rules. This comrade believed that he was right, since for example in America martial arts are much more advanced than here. In order to clarify the situation, the master approached Chen Longhu, and said that the ancient martial arts are vast and varied, but not so simple. It was the father of a girl who invited her girlfriend here to show everything. Bowing before the great master, the guy greeted him and hoped to hear instructions from the elder. Approaching the stone, the elder explained that ancient martial arts make it possible to perform mastery, and even cut a stone with your hand, like air. To demonstrate this, the man hit a stone that stood not far from him with all his might. There was a mark left on the stone from his palm after he struck. This extraordinary skill interested and surprised absolutely everyone. Even the main character wanted to know what the secret was. This should have shown how cool ancient martial arts are, because a person who studies martial arts firmly knows that he can surpass others. In order to show her hospitality, the girl invited her friends to go into the courtyard to drink tea there. One of the comrades approached the master and said that he would like to join the martial arts center and asked if he could become his teacher. The other students understood that this guy had just spoken disdainfully about the ancient martial arts, and only 2 of them were personally taught by the master. Thus, the great master replied that if the guys are really interested in ancient martial arts, then he can come to the martial arts center for classes. As for the fact that he was his teacher, then he does not have enough skill for this yet. Feeling his weakness, the guy still agreed, because he understood that he was not yet strong enough. Soon after this, the teacher began to approach the main character, as if he wanted to get to know him. Continuing to watch their teacher, the students realized that he was interested in this guy, but he was frail. It was immediately clear that he was not suitable for martial arts. It turned out that the great master approached the young man to ask him if he wanted to join the martial arts center and have him become his teacher. This news turned out to be shocking to absolutely everyone, since not a single student had yet been invited to study in this way. The polite young man apologized to the master and explained that he was very busy with his studies and did not have time to come to the martial arts center for training. No one simply could believe that this guy was so arrogant that he would refuse the best master of ancient martial arts. The alarmed girl also understood that for some reason her father liked Fan, and he simply invited him to become his student. After laughing, the elderly man agreed and said that in this case he would not force the guy, but it seems to him that he is interested in ancient martial arts, so it is quite possible that he will then come to their martial arts center. What a generous offer! The young man thanked the master and said that it was a great honor for him. All these events irritated one of the guys present, since he did not have the honor of being invited to training. Started to realize that he couldn't seem to top this. Chuobu Fan is probably very strong. Meanwhile, the protagonist's wife was in the city, and was thinking that the company was having a meeting, and she urgently needed to hurry. But the thief decided to stop the girl from planning her further actions and stole her bag. The girl also fell because a stranger pushed her, and almost started crying, because there were a lot of important documents in her bag. An unfamiliar guy happened to be nearby, who decided to help in this situation, and I kicked the scoundrel right on the back. Thanks to this guy's actions, the criminal was stopped as he fell to the floor. The bastard began to get angry, because he had the courage to ruin such a profitable business. Rising from the ground, the scoundrel began to run away and promised to take revenge for being interrupted. The smart young man, meanwhile, began to approach the girl along with her bag, and decided to find out if everything was all right. A little embarrassed, the lady said that she was fine and was very grateful for such an action. The caring boy also saw that the injured girl had wounds and offered to help bandage them. The offer was indeed very good, but Ziqin had to refuse because she was very busy. The brave guy decided to get acquainted and said that his name was Duan Shanha. Thanked the young man, the girl handed him her business card and told him her name. After explaining that she had business at the company, Ziqin exclaimed that she had to go, but her business card had her contact information on it. Seeing that the rescued girl was the boss of a large company, the cunning guy immediately came up with a plan. He wanted to gain trust so that he would not bother and work for many years. Some time later, the cunning guy went into the gateway, where someone was already waiting for him. It turned out that it was the same robber who complained that his brother's blow was not at all easy. Throwing a wad of money, Duan Shanha said that there were 5,000 there and ordered the guy to disappear. At this moment, the scoundrel was only thinking that he should quickly return to the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, because his mentor sister was probably already waiting for him. Meanwhile, events continued to occur at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center. Little sister noticed that her mentor brother had finally returned. Of the girls, I immediately noticed Duanya Shanha. My sister talked a lot about him, and as soon as she saw him today, she immediately realized that he was truly a gifted person. This guy was truly loved by absolutely everyone, because he had many achievements that he considered insignificant. Watching this guy, the main character realized that he did not have any outstanding strength, and he was just showing off. The joyful girl decided to introduce her mentor's brother to some of her new friends. One of the friends' name was Yuan Shuang, and the other guy was Yishuan, and also introduced the main character. At that very second, I called the guy Chu Tian, and this call was probably really important. As it turns out, the young man had previously asked a powerful man to quietly send people to watch his wife to help protect her, and he was probably calling because something had happened. The girl's friend was immediately interested in who exactly this guy was who was now talking on the phone. The lady with purple hair said that this was her friend's loser husband who was hanging around all day. The determined young man understood that this type was completely unsuitable for Ziqin and she must be precisely his wife. Meanwhile, an influential man reported to the main character that they had found out that some person, in order to meet Mrs. Ziqin pranked performance with heroic rescue. We managed to find out who this person was. It was Duan Shanha. He is a mentor at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center. For the main character, this was indeed a lucky coincidence, since this guy was very close. The conversation was over, and the young man only thought that this guy dared to touch his wife, and now he would simply destroy him. Suddenly, some guys arrived who wanted to know if the owner of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center were here, because they had come a long way from the Taekwondo Martial Arts Center for a visit. It turned out that their Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center did not get along with them, which made it completely unclear why they came for a visit. The impudent guy realized that it was necessary to act and find out what was happening and why the enemies had arrived here. Yishuan invited Fan to also go with him to scout out the situation. Many angry men arrived at the gathering place of the Dragon and Tiger Combat Center. The students of the Combat Center really did not like this whole situation, which is why they wanted to fight with the outsiders. Watching one of the guys present, the hero discovered that Li Busheng uses dark magic, and this is really a good disguise. Politely communicating with Master Li, the young man tried to find out what business he had come for, and he said that he had long wanted to meet Master Chen, and today he came there specifically for this purpose, and hoped that they could exchange experiences. The disciples immediately realized that their enemy had definitely come to undermine their affairs, and this was really impudence, and their mentor was very strong, and for him it would be a trifle to defeat such an enemy. Everyone present began to ask the mentor to deal with this situation and defeat Master Li. Only the main character was wary and decided that he needed to be a little more careful. This Duan Shanha is not that strong, which is why it is completely unclear why he would self-confidently provoke others, but other people did not know at all how strong Fang really was and considered him a coward. The determined boy was confident in himself, and invited all three masters to fight, because if today he proves himself, and it gets to Ziqin, then he will definitely have a chance to get her love. But the other master did not like such insolence, and he decided to attack immediately. One of the strongest warriors of the enemy team made a blow, and it was truly incredibly strong. The entire team of the Martial Arts Center was defeated by just one blow from the master of the opposing team. The stranger did not understand how such a nonentity as this guy Merit could even threaten him. For the most part, everyone turned out to be safe and sound, although a little beaten, because the blow was truly impressive. The main character exclaimed that he had previously said that he should be careful, but no one listened to him. The master of the Martial Arts Center realized that he was weak compared to his opponents and could not cope with even one. Meanwhile, other masters also went outside and saw that the master of the Martial Arts Center was a dragon and a tiger. Duan is lying on the ground, and since the mentor was defeated, it seems that the center is now in trouble. The enemy turned to the mentor and exclaimed that he should call his master here. The great master was very nearby, and considered the strangers to be madmen. The elderly man used his magical attack directly on the enemy in order to resist. The palm strike was the most powerful in the great master's arsenal, and he used it to demonstrate his true abilities. From the steel of a strong attack, the enemy lay on the ground and screamed in pain and anger, because he had just been defeated. The purple-haired girl was very glad that her father had arrived to protect them. Looking at everything that was happening, another master decided to ask Chen, "Isn't it too rude to demonstrate your skills on younger students?" The master sincerely believed that since the student spoke disrespectfully, it was necessary to teach him a little manners. This statement seemed funny to the master, and he decided to use his magical abilities, because earlier they said that the Master Chen had achieved the highest skill, and today he wanted to test it. Master Li was also an outstanding personality. He also achieved the ability to break a block of stone with one foot. In order to exchange experiences, the masters really wanted to get to know each other. But this acquaintance looked as if two masters were starting a fight. Some believed that the Master Chen would win, but others thought that Master Li would win. The disciples sincerely wanted their master to win, and to do this they shouted in his support. The elderly man's daughter also really wanted him to win this battle and take revenge on his mentor's brother. Watching everything that was happening, the main character felt a certain concern, as if he knew something. The young man understood that Li had more energy than Master Chen, and besides, the elderly master had a hidden illness, which is why he could lose. The excited boy sincerely did not think that they needed to tell the master about this as soon as possible in order to prevent a fight. Fang realized that this fight could no longer be prevented, it would ruin his reputation. The challenge was accepted, and the fight had to be completed to the end, but Master Chen was kind to the youth, and he should at least prevent him from getting seriously injured. The fight was about to start soon, and Master Li was going to attack first. Watching his opponent, the elderly man saw that he was using dark energy. The students immediately realized that their master was in danger, but suggested that perhaps he too would use dark energy. Unfortunately, the wise master realized this too late, as his opponent had already begun to attack. The great master was going to stop the attack by using light magical power against the dark one. In order to most effectively stop the attack of his enemy, the dragon cry technique was used. Two magical forces clashed in an unequal duel, and it was not at all obvious who would win. The older master tried with all his might to resist the younger one, and used all his magical potential to do this. The power of the attacks was impressive, making it difficult for ordinary people to even stand nearby. After the next attack, there was a pause, and the two masters closely watched each other, waiting for the next attacks. No one could yet understand who exactly won, but the Master Chen didn't even take a step, which meant that their strength was probably equal. Suddenly, the old man began to bleed from his mouth, which meant that he was seriously injured. Spectators of this fight immediately became concerned, because they did not know how they could help in this situation. Having wiped the blood from his mouth, the man still admitted defeat, and this meant his surrender. Li was happy with this victory, because he realized that it was given to him after just one blow. The disciples nearby could not understand why their master lost, because they thought that he could not be defeated, and even began to suspect that their fighting skills were worse than those of the enemy. The winner began to talk to the disciples of the defeated master, and told them that all the people said that their ancient martial arts master was very great, but in his opinion, there was nothing special about him. Feeling very angry, the girl realized that she must avenge her father. Her friend stopped her in time, saying that even if the master was not his opponent, she still wouldn't be able to cope. Experiencing severe internal pain, the master turned to his daughter and told her that it would never be too late to take revenge. The comrade, meanwhile, decided to ask Fan what would happen next and what he would do in this situation. The students of the other martial arts sincerely believed that there was absolutely nothing special about their enemy. A lot of people started leaving, and even though the martial arts center is older and dodgy, it's better to close the center quickly. As it turned out, one of the opponents deliberately pushed Yesuan I, which made him very angry. But the girl began to calm her boyfriend down, telling him that it was better to remain silent, because the enemy was very strong. Thus, the scoundrels began to leave, and were satisfied with their victory. Suddenly, someone asked them to stop, because he had knocked his friend down, and did not even apologize, after which he prepared to leave. Many people were immediately surprised that a brave man appeared who wanted to compete with his enemies. Everyone immediately paid attention to the guy who said this and was against such behavior on the part of Master Li and his students. It was the main character named Zhuo Bufang who turned out to be the bravest guy of all those present. The student from the enemy group immediately became angry and decided to find out if he was really being forced to apologize. The hero really wanted his friend to apologize because it was impolite. Master Li was angry because he believed that Fang was seeking death and he was not a worthy opponent. Even the young man's ally began to shout at him, asking who gave him the word to speak like that. The bastard even apologized to his enemies, saying that this guy was just having problems in his head, and they shouldn't stoop to his level. Breathing a sigh of relief, the students even thought that Zhuo Bufang is really not all right in his head, because he could have just angered the enemy master, and he would have carried out a brutal reprisal. Yeshuan also asked Fan not to say anything, because he did not want to suffer from his friend's antics. The old man also admitted that it was the youth who were talking nonsense and asked Li not to pay attention to it. After hearing an apology from the master himself, Li agreed not to stoop to the level of such youth. Thus, the opponents began to leave, and Chetsai asked the young man to be careful. The members of the battle group were very glad that Master Li was so generous, but in their opinion, Zhuo Bufang was a real nonentity. It was he who decided to stage a rebellion here. The head of the center exclaimed to the main character that if they are not lenient towards him, then he will be finished, and Fan should immediately get out of the martial arts center, since he is not welcome here. Continuing to talk to his enemies, Fan ordered one of them to apologize to his friend. This immediately caused a violent reaction from everyone present, as they thought that Fan just wanted to die. Once again, the group leader began to apologize to Master L and, saying that this guy has nothing to do with the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, he speaks all this personally on his own behalf. Bowing his head, the elderly master said that it was still better for the young man to stay in the shadows if he did not understand something. The enemy began to laugh and asked the young man what he would do if he did not receive an apology. This question made the main character laugh, and he decided to ask his interlocutor if he would still apologize, because Yeshuan is his best friend, and he cannot allow anyone to offend his friends. The students of the martial arts center were discussing among themselves that this idiot could not even try to win a battle with such a serious opponent. The enemy had already begun to warm up, because he wanted to compete with the boy, because he was looking for death with all his might. The arrogant man also watched everything that was happening, and thought that if Fang was killed, he would be able to meet with Ziqin instead. Using his magical abilities, the main character shouted to his enemy to apologize to his comrade. This caused the opponent to immediately become nervous as he had just witnessed Fan's true power. This magical technique caused the enemy to fall to his knees, which came as a surprise to everyone. After the scoundrel fell to his knees, he began coughing up blood and was experiencing simply unbearable pain. No one could have imagined that Fan had such power, because simply with the help of his voice alone he was able to defeat his opponent. Absolutely everyone was alarmed, since previously the heroes were considered a weakling, and not a loser, who simply could not be cool. The great master was also shocked because the guy caused damage to the enemy using sound, and he turns out to be hiding his skill. Master Li laughed because in the end there was one person who could show them true skill. That is why the leader of the group decided to show who is really strong here and use destructive lightning. The disciples were once again amazed by such a powerful technique. This was all far superior to what it was before, and no one expected that the enemy team's master had been hiding his true strength before. Chen realized that this technique was a secret technique that could be mastered through hard, regular, and long-term training, allowing him to at least double his strength. The enemy realized that the main character was indeed talented. If he was given another 10 years, he could become a great master. But he absolutely did not want Fan to become a great master, which is why he decided to finish him off today and deliver a fatal attack. The spectators watched everything that was happening and understood that this blow was more powerful than in a duel with the Master Chen, and even the master could not cope with such a serious opponent, which is why Zhuo Bufang has no chance. With the help of a deft leap, the young man was able to dodge such a crushing blow. In order to strike back, a magical hand was used. The magical hand had impressive power, and should have simply destroyed the enemy. The enemy simply began to tremble with fear and anger, because he thought that now his affairs were already bad. After the attack of the main character, only fire was visible, and it is completely unclear how the battle ended. Gradually, the smoke from the fire began to dissipate, and through it the master could be seen Li appeared to be unconscious. Soon the man woke up and could not understand at all how it happened that he was now lying on the ground. One could believe it, and even the elderly master thought that Fan was not a person, but some kind of demon. As it seemed, young man, ancient martial arts are as natural as a long night. The alarmed students began to raise the master and wanted to see if he was okay. Fan ordered them clean up from here, and if they here again come, then he them no more mercy. Fearing this dangerous enemy, the guys began to leave, agreeing that they should not come here. Even the head of the martial arts center did not expect that Zhuo Bufang will be so cool, because earlier he just mocked him and wanted to get away from here as quickly as possible. That is why the scoundrel began to leave, pretend that he was leaving on business. But the main character immediately noticed this bastard and exclaimed his name. The guy immediately stopped and said that he was here and was not going anywhere, after which he turned to a respected mentor, asking what instructions he would have. In fact, Fan wanted to know whether his interlocutor had sent a person to steal his wife's bag on purpose, so that he could look like a hero in front of her. Hearing this question, the scoundrel immediately realized that it was likely Zhuo Bufang really knows everything. Falling to his knees, the scoundrel admitted that he had coveted the property. Ziqin deserved to die, but he begged Mr. Zhuo to spare his life. The friend also could not believe that brother mentor suddenly harmed her best friend. Master also shouted that he doesn't need a student like this scoundrel. All his former friends began to say that he was unscrupulous and disgusting, and also did not deserve to be a mentor at the martial arts center. The main character also decided to strike back, and hit the wretch right in the hand with all his might. The cunning scoundrel immediately began to fall from this, and screamed loudly because he was in incredible pain. Probably now the guy's arm was broken, because it hurt very much and it was impossible to move it. Fan explained to his enemy that now his arm was broken, so he should get out of here and not even think about coming back. The bastard immediately realized that it was better for him to really run away, and began to move towards the exit as quickly as possible. I watched everything that was happening. The girl concluded that her friend really had a very good husband. The next day events continued to occur in the house Chu Tian, where he took out some kind of box and asked Mr. Zhuo to look at its contents. It turned out that these were the very rare stones that the elderly man had obtained on the orders of the main character. Because of this, ours was sincerely glad, because in this way he would be able to concentrate maximum power very quickly and be able to extract it. These stones are indeed more priceless, and even such an influential man found them difficult to obtain. By grabbing one stone, Fan wanted to demonstrate its true purpose. This stone was intended to enhance the concentration of energy, with the help of which it is possible to become much stronger. Due to the bright light, people present nearby began to be blinded, as the magic was dazzling. Thus, Fang created an amulet that will help avoid danger. It guarantees safety, so Chu Tian can sell it. Thanks to such a gift, the influential man was sincerely delighted and thanked the young man for his kindness. As if nothing had happened, the boy took the case with the stones and said that he would go cook, and if his interlocutor no longer had anything to do with him, then they could go. At that very second, his friend stopped him and asked him to wait a little. It turned out that there was one small matter. Yang Laoba's elder brother is going to return. He says that he wants to find Fan and take revenge. The head guard also said that this guy is a student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center. If rumors are to be believed, he has even learned to stop bullets, and he should not be underestimated. But the main character sincerely believed that this would not be a problem for him, because if the enemy really dared to come looking for a quarrel, then he would not spare him. A few hours later, events continued to occur at the auction, where the young man arrived. He came to the auction because today they will sell the amulet he gave Chu Tian Wu Yi. Instead of sitting around doing nothing, got ready to go and take a look. The guards immediately drew attention to the boy and they were at a loss, because they did not understand why he arrived here in such simple clothes, because it was very impudent. Looking around, Fan recalled that Chu Tian had previously told him that he had booked the best office at number 3, and it needed to be found urgently. Suddenly, some girl nearby decided to ask Bufang what he was doing here. It turned out that it was Van and his girlfriend, who were not very happy to see him. According to this annoying couple, Fan should not be here, since anything is worth more than his life. Van also knew the manager, and he can recommend the hero for a job as a toilet cleaner. Such statements were unpleasant for the young man, and he asked his enemy to get out of here as quickly as possible. And if Van doesn't do this, then he will be killed right there. The girl started screaming that Zhuo Bufang shouldn't be so arrogant, because this establishment has security. Having calmed down a little, the couple began to leave, because they did not want to stoop to the level of this poor man. Fan exclaimed at the last moment that Wang should be happy as he was very lucky today. These statements only made the guy angry because he was thinking about how to take revenge and was preparing chasing for this. Not far from the young man, someone was talking about how one of today's products is an amulet that emits light, and it is an exclusive item. Fortunately, Chu Tian had already arrived and turned to Shua to get his attention. The auction was about to begin, and they decided to go into the office together to watch. The boy didn't mind, and they all got ready to head to the third office together. A few minutes later, the auction began, and the first lot was sold. It was an antique vase with a value of 3,500,000. Watching the auction participants, the young man was amazed that this was the so-called high society, and what a pity that in his eyes they were completely different. A friend announced that they would now sell the talisman that was made by Fan. The host of the auction announced that they had finally come to a historical moment. The last item for today was a magnificent exclusive amulet. Its radiance was indeed impressive, causing many people to be blinded. Each of those present wanted to understand that this could be an exclusive item, and whether it was a fake. The presenter said that the auction workers themselves studied this amulet. In fact, it is capable of stopping bullets, preventing death from a car accident. The starting price for this thing was 10 million. Thus, everyone realized that this thing could really stop bullets, and it could save lives, and because of which everyone considered it their duty to purchase an amulet. Wang also participated in the auction, and told his girlfriend to quickly call his father, because this thing was very important to him. No matter how much it cost, he was not going to spare money on it. There were really a lot of bids for the purchase of this thing, and the price was already higher than 30 million. The incredibly rich girls decided to bid 50 million to buy it back. Chu Tian was truly shocked as he did not expect this item to be sold for such a high price. The influential man understood that their annual income was approximately 100 million. Even the head of the security decided that with that kind of money he would resign and send them on a quest for immortality. For the main character, all this was quite funny, since this thing containing a little magic, in the eyes of an ordinary person, is like an incredible miracle. As it turned out, Van spent 60 million but still bought this amulet, and he was really happy, because the thing was really very good. Bowing his head, the impudent guy nevertheless admitted that, unfortunately, this thing was family, and it did not belong to him personally. As I was about to leave, the main character noticed that his enemy had acquired this pendant. The scoundrels decided to tell Fan that they bought this pendant for as much as 60 million, and if he destroys it, then it will destroy him. In addition, this pendant could stop bullets, and Van gave the opportunity to admire it, because Fan would never have such an opportunity again. This whole situation infuriated the guy a little, since these two were bragging about his own thing. Meanwhile, I came up. Chu Tian turned to the main character and said that he brought his money for the pendant he had just sold. This really shocked the villains as they didn't expect that it was Fan's pendant. The young man said that he did not need the money, and said to take it as an ally for collecting the stones he needed. For Chu Tian, this reward was indeed very generous, which made him happy and thanked Shua. The ex-girlfriend couldn't believe how Fong was able to possess such a precious pendant. Van also exclaimed that the young man was probably trying to deceive them with such a performance. Chu Tian reacted mentally and asked his bodyguard to act. The man immediately became excited and agreed to prove to the scoundrels that they were wrong. But the main character decided to stop his allies and asked not to do this. Now the boy himself will be able to prove it so that others will not understand everything. The alarmed couple did not understand what the guy wanted to do, and tried to predict what he was going to do. As it turned out, the main character took out another pendant in order to demonstrate it. Experiencing severe stress, the girl realized that this pendant was indeed exactly the same as the one she had purchased. Seeing this pendant, Wang immediately wanted to know how much Shuobu Fong wanted to get for it, because he was going to buy it. The boy was not very happy with the purchase offer, and he realized that he needed to act more decisively. Fan squeezed the pendant with all his might, causing it to literally crack and disintegrate into small particles. Absolutely no one could have expected this. The scoundrels simply watched everything that was happening and were in shock. The young man sincerely believed that the scoundrels would value these things very highly, although they meant absolutely nothing to him. That is why the boy turned around and began to leave, because he had already done what he wanted. Even Chu Tian realized that Fong was an outstanding person worthy of the unearthly world. He took and broke an amulet worth several tens of 1 million. Although it was quite difficult for the main character to pretend, and he wondered why he was so frivolous. Because of this incident, Wang was even more angry, because they dared to humiliate him, because of which he was going to destroy Fan. Events continued to happen a few days later. The young man was walking in the park, and thinking about everything that had happened earlier. Some time ago, Tuntong had invited him to a celebratory dinner tomorrow in honor of her birthday, and he was going to make another amulet and give it to her as a gift. Suddenly, a car began to approach, driving at incredibly high speed. The expensive car stopped right next to Fan, who was in shock. Several angry men got out of the car. They were clearly not in a friendly mood. As it turned out, they were controlled by Wang, and shouted that today was the day that Zhuo Bufang would die. The young man did not understand at all why this scoundrel was constantly provoking him, as if he was tired of living. But the enemy didn't care at all, because this time he invited a special master to undress Fan. He is the owner of a 9th Dan black belt, and this time he will definitely be finished. This even slightly surprised the main character, but he still wanted to know who would fight against him with the 9th Dan. This guy was in the car, and he was about to fight Fan because Wang asked him to. The great master was about to fight, because with the exception of a few respected martial artists, he could destroy everyone. With a mockery, Fan asked the master if he could really destroy him. Such a question instantly caused fear in the man, as he remembered that this was the same great master who fought with his teacher. The enemy was still brave, and ordered the stinky one to quickly fall to his knees and beg for mercy, because who knows, maybe he will show mercy. Unexpectedly, the master hit Wang with all his might and said that he would no longer work with him. Experiencing severe pain after the blow, Wang wanted to understand what was the matter, because they had previously agreed to teach Zhuo Bufang a lesson. The alarmed master claimed that all this was nonsense, and he never said such a thing, because in no case should Fan know that he had come to cause him trouble. It was then that Wang learned that Zhuo Bufang was a professional martial artist, although he did not believe it was possible. Laughing, the hero exclaimed that before it is useless for them to put on such a show. From the master why he still had not left the country and was here. Having fallen on his knees, the guy began to beg for mercy, saying that he had made a mistake, and admits that he was wrong. Unable to bear such impudence on the part of the guy, Fan lightly hit him right on the chest. Because of this blow, the enemy was thrown several tens of meters to the side, and now he clearly could no longer fight. The force of the blow was impressive, because of it the villain was not only defeated, but at the same time the other enemies also suffered. Experiencing severe pain, all the scoundrels regretted contacting Wang, because it was he who led them to Fan. I feel severe discomfort in the chest area. The master understood that he would never come to this country again. Looking around, Van saw that his strongest fighter had been defeated, and now there was simply no chance of victory. This caused a great shock, since the guy could not understand how Zhuo Bufang took his brother out of action with one kick. Approaching closer, the young man began to claim that he had already warned his enemy, but he still did not understand anything, and it cost him nothing to kill Van. Frightened, Wang tried to find out what Fan was going to do to him and even tried to threaten him not to contact his family. These statements only made the main character laugh, and he decided to find out whether he really shouldn't get involved with Van's family. Trying to somehow get out of this difficult situation, Van began to say that his uncle is the 4th on the list of the richest people in the city, and his second uncle is a general. The third uncle is in charge of the eastern part of the city. If he dares to touch him, then the attacker will brutally killed. After listening to his enemy, Fan laughed again and said that he wanted to try this test. I felt strong fear. Van almost begged for mercy, and almost began to cry. There was a strong scream, and the insolent guy fell to the ground. I can't feel my arms and legs. Fan sincerely believed that it was necessary to be merciful, and since they were classmates, even though he crippled 4 of the enemy's limbs, he still saved his life. Trembling in pain, Wang shouted that his family would definitely not spare Fan because of this incident. Turning around, the hero exclaimed that if the Wang family dared to appear and anger him, they might then disappear from the city. They continued to happen the next day. The young man was already getting ready for his girlfriend's birthday and, standing near the entrance to the buildings, he only thought that he did not know whether the birthday dinner had started. Tuntong as he was a little late. Only brother Fang, Tong immediately became very happy and greeted her guest. Apologizing for being late, the guest explained that there were traffic jams on the road and congratulated the girl on her birthday. "I'll come closer to my guest," Tunton said that it was time for them to go. Suddenly, some girl nearby turned to the birthday girl and asked if this was really the same Zhuo Bufang, who she constantly talks about. It was a group of several people. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed that even though today was a celebratory dinner in honor of Tongtong's birthday, Fang still dressed poorly. The guy was genuinely thought of as someone who dressed up like a homeless person for his birthday. The young man also came up Lei Yen, and decided to find out whether a few days ago he really told the head of the union that he had a close relationship with little sister Long. But as soon as they saw the guy with Tunton, everyone thought that he was an insignificant Alphonse, but the girl began to defend him. Even in little sister's opinion, Fang is just Long Guyue's toy, such a person cannot be near her. The scoundrel heard a few days ago that a gentleman named Zhuo destroyed the power of influential people in the western part of the city, and perhaps it was him. In fact, no one believed it, because everyone thought that Fan could not be involved in this, since he looked like a homeless person. One of the girls began to say that she most likes men like Mr. Zhuo was rumored to be holding Chu Tian to control the western part of the city. This shocked the whole of Qinzhou. Because of what, Tuntong was also bullied because she really liked Fan and he was a loser in their opinion. Thinking about what was said, Fan really didn't expect that he had already become so famous in the city. Suddenly, someone else came and decided to ask Yen, "What is she doing here?" It was the father Lei and Lien, and they invited them to meet the third son of the Wang family, since he had returned. The enemy said that they were discussing whether classmate Tuntong could turn out to be the legendary Mr. Zhuo. I look at that same classmate. The men were simply in shock, because they found out that this was Zhuo Bufang. I decided to ask the men if they knew each other, because I didn't understand why they had such a reaction. Politely approached the guy, two men introduced themselves, saying that at the reception Chu Tian had not seen his strength with his own eyes when he killed Yang Laoba. This was indeed the case, and influential men sincerely admired Mr. Zhuo, as if he was imprinted in their heart. Thus, the scoundrel realized that this guy is actually Mr. Zhuo, and from this they had an immediate reaction. One of the girls even fell and was unconscious, because it turned out that Zhuo Bufang is actually cool. Only Tuntong I believed in my brother, and guessed that he was really cool. Unfortunately, the hero told the men that this time he came to celebrate his birthday Tunton, and asked not to make noise here. Turning to their children, influential men called them to meet Fan, because not many admired but did not know that this exactly Zhuo Bufan. The stunned enemies simply did not know what to say, and continued to watch the young man. Soon after this, the couple approached Mr. Zhuo, bowed her head and greeted him, saying that they were very pleased to meet such an influential person. Fan did not want to tolerate such hypocrisy, and ordered them to stop making this show. After all, before the boy was called a pathetic loser, and in their opinion he did not deserve such respect. The men immediately became angry because they realized that their children were calling Fang a loser and started yelling at them for judging Mr. Zhuo. Because of this, the two fathers were ready to destroy their children and deprive them of all the money they had. So the children were conditioned because their fathers were incredibly upset that Zhuo Bufang was insulted by them. The young man was amused by this whole situation, because he understood that the couple was really to blame. Guests at the event discussed among themselves that the pendant was sold at auction for an exorbitant 60 million. People knew that, according to rumors, this jewelry was exclusive, it was capable of stopping bullets. Many wanted to know exactly what kind of craftsman it was made by. Meanwhile, Tunton asked Fan to wait, because she was going to call her mom and dad. Thinking about everything that happened, the main character was glad that Tunton finally understood him. In order to pass his time, Fan decided to eat a little, and did it with great pleasure and enthusiasm. Suddenly, someone burst into the room and kicked the door, causing an incredible roar. As it turned out, it was Wang Zi, and he asked who Zhuo Bufang was here, because he wanted to find him. For the main character, this was a surprising turn of events, since he did not expect that anyone would be looking for him. People began to discuss among themselves that Zi fled and went into hiding because he almost killed a man. Some even heard that he was trying to woo Tongnu, and returned to compete with Fang. Coming forward, Zhang introduced himself, saying that it was him, deciding to find out what the stranger needed from him. It turned out that one of the Wang family members was looking for the guy in order to warn him to stay away from Tuntong, otherwise, if this did not happen, he would break his legs. These statements made the protagonist laugh, and he exclaimed that he wanted to see if his opponent had the courage to do this. The gazes of the two enemies crossed, and a crowd of people watched everything that was happening, and did not understand why Zhuo Bufang is acting so self-confident to argue with such an influential person. At that same second, Tuntong arrived and turned to her brother Bufang. The girl turned to the boy to say that her parents had also come here. Wang decided to tell the beautiful girl that when he found out that it was her birthday, he immediately returned from another country, but she didn't care at all and ignored him. This made Wang very upset because he had put a lot of effort into being at the event today. The guests at this event began to laugh at his brother, because he received what he deserved for his arrogance. Unable to bear the humiliation, the bastard began to shout that apparently Zhuo Bufang seeks his death. Tuntong began to stand up for the guy and decided to find out why Van was so cruel to him. The girl's parents also asked him to calm down because it was her daughter's birthday and it was a holiday, which is why everyone needs to be a little kinder. It was then that the bastard remembered that since today was a birthday holiday Tong, Wang decided to find out if Zhuo Bufang had prepared a gift for her. The boy immediately replied that of course he had prepared a gift, and Tunton was very grateful to him, although she was already very glad that he came to the holiday. Gifts were not important to the girl, because she understood that Wang's family was rich, and brother Fan would not be able to surpass him. Having congratulated the birthday girl on her birthday, Van exclaimed to bring the gift he had prepared. This gift was indeed quite unusual, because upon opening the box, it began to shine incredibly brightly. When the guests saw the gift, they were simply shocked, because they did not expect that Van would be able to purchase something like that. Many people realized that this necklace costs less than at least 1 million, and Wang really did not spare the money, but Zhuo Bufang Wu is no longer worth giving a gift, because anyway it is absolutely not comparable to this. The arrogant guy was very glad that people reacted to his gift in such a way, and decided to find out where Fan's gift for the girl's birthday was. After all, maybe it was something bought on credit in some shop for several dozen RMB. The main character immediately began to laugh, and understood that since his marriage had decided to disgrace himself, he would help him with this. Holding out a small box, Zhuo told Tong that he prepared this gift especially for her, and congratulated her on her birthday. Feeling great joy, the girl said that it didn't matter what kind of gift it was, because she was very happy in any case. Van really wanted to know that this was a gift after all, and suggested opening the box to take a look. Zhuo Bufang also did not mind opening the box and asked Tuntong to do so. The crowd of people cheered as they were amazed that Zhuo still dares to say something. He doesn't seem to be at all afraid of disgracing himself, and now everyone will see how he ends up in a puddle. At this moment, the enemy also thought that now he would definitely be able to laugh at Zhuo Bufang. Feeling afraid, Tuntong still decided to open the box to see what kind of gift was given to her. Opening the box, the girl discovered an unusual stone that glowed with a rather bright light. The enemy began to laugh because Zhuo Bufang still had the nerve to bring this worthless pendant, which cost several hundred yuan. Seeing the gift, the girl's father immediately realized that for some reason this pendant was so similar to the one that was sold at auction. Having confirmed this, the young man exclaimed that this is the same pendant, and its effect is exactly the same as that of the one that was sold earlier. When the man heard this, he couldn't believe it, because he couldn't even imagine how such an expensive gift could be given for a birthday. People nearby couldn't believe that this was an exclusive pendant. If this was true, then it was worth at least 60 million yuan, and Wang's gift clearly couldn't compare with that. According to the scoundrel, this pendant must definitely be fake, because where is such a loser as Zhang could take such value? Tuntong interrupted this conversation and ordered Wang to stop talking to brother Bufang like that. The main character exclaimed that all this was nonsense, because it was no one's fault that this guy was so young and inexperienced. Van nevertheless decided to prove that he was right, and began to pull something out of his pocket. The scoundrel was going to cut this fake pendant with one blow of a knife and destroy his reputation. Zhuo Bufang. The impudent man's plan failed, as the knife began to collapse upon impact with the pendant. The bastard couldn't believe it and he started screaming out of frustration because he didn't understand how this was possible. Due to the magical wave that was generated as a result of the magic, Vaughn was sent flying several meters to the side. Now the enemy got what he deserved, and everyone was very glad that this was exactly what happened. The joyful girl invited her brother to go eat cake together, but he didn't mind. Thus, after this incident, the main character made all the people around him admire him, and wonder who he really is. Only Wang was dissatisfied, and promised himself that he would definitely kill Zhuo Bufang. After the main character ate a lot of food, it was quite difficult for him to move, but he decided to go for a walk in order to digest everything better. Unexpectedly, strange screams were heard nearby, which is why the young man immediately drew attention to it. As it turned out, it was a large number of bikers, and they were going to crush Fan, because he was standing in their way. I instantly reacted to everything that was happening. The boy immediately realized that they were trying to run over him. To avoid an accident, Fan used his agility and jumped up with all his strength. There was a pillar in the way of one of the scoundrels, which is why he was about to crash into it. Thanks to the fact that the brave boy was able to avoid an accident, the scoundrels crashed into a pole and regretted their action. According to the hero, this situation was really funny, and those who tried to make an attempt on his life were idiots. All this was actually set up by Van, because he wanted to decide Fan's life because he disgraced him. The bikers were determined, they had weapons, and their leader said that this guy needed to be killed today. Zhuo Bufang was surprised by this action and said that he did not hate Wang at all and wanted to know why he was so merciless towards him. The scoundrel began to laugh, and began to claim that Fan had previously been arrogant, and had made him disgrace himself, but now he was afraid. The mercenaries also could not allow anyone to insult their master, and ordered the hero to quickly bow at the feet of Master Wang so that he would forgive him. The young man warned his enemy for the last time, telling him not to make him angry, otherwise there would be no person in the world who could save him. But Van didn't care at all about this, because they dared to take his girl away, and he ordered the mercenaries to destroy Fan. A lot of villains began to move towards the main character, and he was already preparing for a fight in order to confront them. The bandits were incredibly stupid, and the young man understood this, but he still had to fight them. After completing just one hit, Fan hit several bikers at once, causing them to scream in pain. Wang clearly did not expect that his enemy had impressive physical strength. Thus, all opponents were hanged, and only their leader remained. Seeing this, Vaughn couldn't believe that it was possible to beat up so many people in just a few seconds. Having come closer to his enemy, the young man again decided to find out whether he was really going to destroy him. Because of his intense fear, Van even wet himself and began to claim that it was a misunderstanding and he was to blame. Fan clearly did not like this misunderstanding, and he hit his enemy with all his might to show him who the real winner was. The strong blow made Van cry, which made him even more humiliated and finally defeated. The nonentity finally deserved his punishment, and the main character was only happy about it. Several hours later, events continued to occur in the hospital. Many guards stood near the hospital room, waiting for the guy who was in it. Wang Wenyu was sitting with the guards. This was the father of the guy who had just recently been beaten. The sisters immediately began to discuss among themselves that the third and fourth sons of the Wang family were mutilated. Moreover, it was also done by the same person. Meanwhile, the door to the room opened and the doctor began to emerge from it. The worried fathers began to ask the doctor how their sons were doing and what had happened to them. Sighed heavily, the doctor immediately said nothing, but only remained silent. Walking away into the distance, the man said that the guy on the left might not be able to get out of bed for the rest of his life, and the condition on the right was no better. The right guy shouldn't think about procreation at all yet, since everything there was damaged. Seeing what happened to their sons, the fathers immediately realized that they were obliged to avenge their relatives. Anyone who dared to touch the members of the Wang family must come to an end, and absolutely everyone understood this. Suddenly, one of the men suggested that Pan Bingjie should be released, but his brother was against it because he was a ruthless killer who could become dangerous. Still, they understood that in order to cope with Zhuo Bufang, illegal methods were needed. They realized that the main character was a master, and they wondered how long he would last in the hands of this ruthless killer. A few days later, events continued to occur within the Wang family's circles. Concerned men were very interested in why Pan Bingjie I haven't arrived yet, because there shouldn't be any problems in prison. Still, they believed that there was no need to worry, because their Wang family had decided to release someone from the prison of this city, and no one would be able to stop them. Just then the door swung open and the butler announced that the same criminal had arrived. It turned out that Pan Bing's was an elderly man, and he first decided to thank the two gentlemen from the Wang family for showing mercy and freeing him. Looking around, the killer noticed that this office was truly luxurious. Sitting down at the table, the elderly man also noticed that the dishes on the table were also quite good. The guards began to discuss among themselves that apparently this was the same famous killer Pan Bing's. There were rumors that his skills had reached their highest point a very long time ago, but you couldn't tell by looking at his covers. One of the leaders of the Wang family began to assume that perhaps this was not the right person, because this old man did not at all look like a ruthless killer. Since this time the family had to spend a lot of effort before freeing the killer, according to their previous agreement, it will be necessary to help kill one person. Pan Bing's decided to calm everyone down, saying that he was true to his word, and now that he had been released, he would help, as they agreed 3 years ago, but 3 whole years had passed, so he would have to pay another 100 million. These words angered the leader of the company, Wang, since his profit for the year is 100 million, and it is completely unclear why on earth an elderly man earns so much. I continued to drink my tea. The old man exclaimed that he was the most wanted criminal in the country, and that was why he needed so much money. In order to test the killer's skills, the man called one of his bodyguards. The strong bodyguard began to warm up and asked the old man if he knew how to fight. Raising his hand to strike, the strong man exclaimed that since the old man dared to demand as much as 100 million, then today would be his end. This attempted beating only made Pan Bing's laugh, and he thought that the guard was probably looking for death. In order to repel the attacking enemy, the old man simply threw a cup of tea at him, causing him to fly several tens of meters away. Pan Bing's blow caused his opponent to lose consciousness, causing him to no longer be able to fight. The strength of this killer was truly incredible, which is why everyone realized that he was a master of his craft. The other guards were also shocked, because using one teacup, the strongest guard was defeated. This old man is really very cool. At one time he was deservedly called a professional killer. Thus, their agreement was in force as Pan Bingjia had shown his skill, and was now ready to kill Zhuo Bufang. Another family member also said that he would immediately pay a reward of 10 million in advance, but it would only be necessary to help with Bufanum. A confident and elderly man exclaimed that his employers should be calm, because killing people is his profession, and if he got down to business, then this considers Zhuo Bufang already dead. Meanwhile, the main character was heading to his home, since he had not gone for a walk for quite some time. Entering home, the joyful young man told his wife that he had returned. But not only his wife was waiting for him at home, but also some strangers. Alarmed Ziqin did not understand what was happening, and only watched the people who surrounded her. He looked at all the people. Fan didn't understand what was wrong, and why Ziqin's father and uncle came, as if something bad had happened. The man immediately turned to the main character and said that he had arrived on time because they wanted to talk to him about a matter. These words alarmed Fan a little, and he decided to find out what kind of case they were talking about. Suddenly, someone started shouting that he shouldn't talk to this insignificant boy, and he needed to immediately divorce Ziqin, because she had already been found a suitable husband. Hearing this, the boy immediately realized that it looked like Ziqin has not yet told her relatives about their divorce, which is why he must play along with her. The girl's father also argued that Fang needed to get a divorce, since he was not the heir of the Zhuo family, and was not worthy of the heart of their Ziqin, which is why they advised him to know his place, and not to disgrace himself in front of everyone. Listening to this whole conflict, the girl could not stand it and ordered everyone to stop it. Ziqin began to cry because first she was forced to marry Zhuo Bufang, and now, on the contrary, they are forcing her to get a divorce, as if she were some kind of puppet. The girl still admitted that he made a mistake last time, and now there is an opportunity to replay everything, so he needs to think carefully. Feeling strong hostility towards the man, the young man exclaimed that he would only be corrected by the grave. After all, a man speaks so beautifully in order to ultimately gain benefit for himself, because since Ziqin does not agree, then no one has the right to force her. The girl's relatives realized that this Zhuo Bufan thinks he is extraordinary and they told him to shut up. This time they selected a worthy couple for Ziqin from the Wang family, namely Wang Kufang. He is only a little over 20 years old, but he is already a major, and will destroy Fan very quickly. This made the boy laugh, and he exclaimed that just being a major was nothing, and if he wanted, he could easily get the rank of general. They considered the main character to be a talker because he was a man who, in their eyes, was a beggar and not capable of anything. At that moment, the father of the family ordered the guys nearby to hold Fan, because today he had to sign a statement of divorce. Muscular men began to attack the main character, and ordered him to give up without a fight, otherwise he would die today. This and asked Bufang be more careful. The mercenary turned out to be two professionals who served in the armed forces. Wang Kufang sent them specifically to deal with this slob Zhuo Bufang. For them it's a couple of trifles. Other relatives also wanted Fan to be beaten, and thought that in a moment he would kneel down and admit his mistakes. Feeling strong rage, the young man wanted to disgrace the scoundrels, since they had insulted an innocent person. Using his magical abilities, Fan used a technique that he had previously used in battle. It was a blow with the help of sound. Due to the powerful sound wave, the opponents fell to the floor, and they could no longer fight as they were defeated. All this shocked everyone present, because they did not expect that Fan was a martial arts master. According to people, this was simply incredible, since Fan took out two professionals in a few seconds, and turned out to be a martial artist. No one could have thought that this boy was so cool, and the relatives began to realize that everything was lost, and they had nothing to say about this situation to Wang Kufan. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that Zhuo Bufang handled everything so well, just like the previous cases. Wang Kufang was like, a month later the whole of Qinzhou bowed his head to him, and in less than a year the whole province would begin to respect him. These words angered the relatives even more, and they shouted that Wang Kufang would not spare Fang. But the young man didn't care at all about this, and he ordered all the scoundrels to get out of here immediately. The statement caused everyone to fall into a stupor. Even Ziqin did not expect her husband to behave this way. To some extent, the scoundrels nevertheless decided to get out of the protagonist's house, and shouted that he wanted to kill them. Feeling awkward, the ex-wife apologized to Fan, because she should have told them earlier that they were already divorced, and then Wang Kufang would not have caused trouble. The boy decided to protect his ex-wife to the end, and while he is here, even if the gods force Ziqin, they still won't be able to force it. The embarrassed girl was very grateful to her ex-husband as he had just saved her. The young man even began to think that perhaps today he would be able to win the heart Ziqin. In the same second, someone began to open the door and entered the house, although he was not called. It was Lian Daijian, and she wanted to know if this house belonged to Ziqin. The couple clearly did not expect this, and the stranger took them by surprise, which made them feel awkward. Ziqin immediately threw her husband aside and decided to ask the guest what her business was. As it turned out, the girl had previously agreed that she would be a housekeeper, and she had to work here. Because of this outcome of events, the main character even began to cry, since the girl clearly arrived at the wrong time. But the ex-wife believed that the girl came just in time. The enterprising lady was about to leave for a business trip in the afternoon, and until she returned, the housekeeper would prepare food for Fan. The guy obviously didn't like this, since he had just returned, and Ziqin is already leaving. Meanwhile, a car had already arrived for the girl, and it was time for her to go on a business trip. Fan was really upset because there was just hope to improve the relationship, and then everything disappeared. Watching the couple, the housekeeper was really shocked that in this family the husband and wife love each other so much. "I travel in the car," Ziqin begged her driver to drive quickly as she had a flight soon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a silhouette appeared on the road, and a car was approaching it at incredible speed. There was an elderly man on the road who stood rooted to the spot and watched a car drive towards him. The driver tried to maneuver and wanted to turn the steering wheel in such a way as not to run into the pedestrian. But this man turned out to be no ordinary pedestrian, since he was easily able to stop the car only with the help of his hand. According to the people in the car, this was simply impossible, as if it was not a person, but some kind of demon. The bastard was not only able to stop the car, but also turned it over with just one movement of his hand. As soon as the car landed on the asphalt, the driver immediately began to run away, because he believed that this was an alien invasion of the Earth. The killer nevertheless decided that this man could not be left alive, and used a stone to finish him off. This sight made the girl even more nervous. Now she completely did not know what to do in this situation. Feeling very frightened, the lady realized that her driver had just been killed by a stone. The stranger laughed sharply and exclaimed that his name was Pan Bingjie, and he was called a ruthless killer, which is why he asked Mr. Zhuo's wife to help him immediately. Holding back my tears, the girl decided to find out what exactly she needed help with. The evil man wanted Ziqin helped him finish off Zhuo Bufang. Meanwhile, the main character was at home, cultivating his abilities in order to become stronger. There is very little time left to continue cultivation, thanks to which it will be possible to use the main blow. As if to a friend, the phone rang, and as it turned out, it was Ziqin who called. The young man immediately realized that something was wrong, since his wife had just left on a business trip and there was no need for her to call. The boy nevertheless decided to answer the call, and immediately wanted to find out if everything was okay. But it was not the wife who called, but Pan Bing's. The killer said that if Zhuo Bufang did not want his wife to die, within half an hour he needed to come to an abandoned factory in the eastern part of the city. They would be waiting for him there. The main character immediately grabbed it because he didn't bring up who exactly dared to touch his wife. This scoundrel will still beg for mercy, because Fan will do everything possible to take revenge for this vile act. Suddenly, the housekeeper came in and said that dinner was ready, but there was no one in the room. At the same time, events continued to occur in the eastern part of the city, where all of Ziqin's relatives were located. Ziqin was also in an abandoned warehouse in the eastern part of the city, and was tied up, and she also wanted to find out how much money she needed to pay in order to be free. The girl literally begged to let her go, and promised to give as much money as was necessary for her freedom. There are only 10 minutes left on the timer, then for every minute you are late, Zhuo Bufan and the scoundrel will kill one person. Fortunately, the brave guy had already arrived and shouted that the scoundrel could try to kill someone, but it was unlikely that he would succeed. The ex-wife was indeed very happy that Fan had come to rescue her. The girl's relatives were also shocked, because they did not expect that Zhuo Bufang will also be here. The assassin was very glad that Zhang arrived at the right time because they had a long battle ahead of them. Zhuo Bufang exclaimed that since the stranger dared to kidnap his people, no matter what power was behind him, he now had no way out. The bound people began to shout that Zhuo Fan is to blame for everything, and because he quarreled with an influential person, now they are in prison and their lives are in danger. First of all, I turned to my wife to find out if everything was okay with her. With Ziqin, but she warned her husband that he had to be careful with this man, because he overturned the car with his bare hands. Such caution made the guy laugh a little, and he asked me not to worry about it.